President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that we have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they're trying to do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president, who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he has been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went to the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held to pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man did. Yes. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
During that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish
Go ahead.
Going to socialism.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
Not what you said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
And
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the Democratic
according to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide a proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And if you were here, it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You didn't
on
want me
the
to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
which was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have been much later, Joe.
Mr. President,
Much later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not
President, as
shut
the
up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I don't
court.
think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would
And
you
you
just
don't
be
know
quiet for a
her view on Roe v. Wade.
I
You
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So, on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well, I'll give
Got
you
rid
an
of the
opportunity. When I
individual
finish, I'm going to
mandate.
give you an
Excuse me,
opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the
I
worst part
didn't
of
ask,
Obamacare.
sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe.
I know.
Individual mandate was the most unpopular
Mr. Vice
aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I got
President,
rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to,
will
Mr.
protect people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something. There's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
What about
All of the things that we've done.
He has not cut
Insulin. I
health
give you
care.
an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people because I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact,
pay just a tiny
If I
fraction.
say
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion,
No,
let me
but
ask
this
you,
is big.
you'll be
This is
happy,
big stuff.
sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the Vice President, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and
Yes.
the argument that he makes, and other Republicans make, is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
well, I keep asking the question. It will
Not what
end.
your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you
Number
agree
two.
with Bernie Sanders, far left, on the manifesto, we call it. That gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey, I'm
you
not
saying
going
you
to
didn't
listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every
All
primary.
he knows how to
on
do is
Super
hurt.
Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree.
want to
Hey,
make
Joe,
sure.
you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class on the first.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
He doesn't know how to do that. He has, you know,
Surprised.
you picked
Be surprised. Go
the
ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy, the wrong night, at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with her.
Hello. Hello, everyone. We're back. Once again, it has been a long time. No sound? I hope there's sound. There seems to be sound to me. People subscribed. Penny Shark, thank you. Supreme Farmer. Shikari. Patty. Unknown Merc. Happy Kirby.
I am gay!
Sexual. Hello, thank you. New Vagar just dropped. I am blonde, as well as a lot of other things about me that have happened since I've been streaming. Chelsea, thank you, and Althkoa, thank you. So blonde, yeah. God, when is the last time I streamed? It was before I started the series, must have been. Yeah, like probably, is it TC Squared? Thank you for the prime. Oh yeah, and then because all of February I was busy too. Fuck, that was something. You've even done voice, yeah. I'm sure. I hope that everyone is further along in their transition. Since the last time I was streamed, I support you all. Whether that's voice training, whether that's changing your legal name, whether that's being on hormones, I don't know. There's plenty of things there's a lot to do. Have I seen W Place? I have seen W Place. I immediately looked at Vancouver. Further along or not, that's valid too, and I support you. Things are very difficult in the current context. It is crazy. Yeah, the main excuse I have, because I always have some excuse for why I'm not streaming, the main excuse I've had for the past 6 months was that I was working on a podcast series called Science in Transition. You can go to cursedmedia.net and get access to it. It's, I believe, $25 a year to get access to all of the series. It's a history of like a history of clinical scientific transphobia, basically, and really like the transsexual as a medical entity, because like it's basically the clinicians that decide what that is, that provide the kind of intellectual foundation for the backlash. You know, like the Blanchards. Like if you look at any like gender critical, for instance, they love calling like every trans woman an organophile. Spudley, thank you. Now the clinicians aren't actually that. But I published a research paper. I don't think it really works as a research paper, but there's definitely a lot of like proper research being done for it. Mike Fier told me about. Oh, thank you, Mike. I guess Mike cannot hear me because I assume he's streaming, but thank you. It's 6 hours long. I believe the final episode's coming out soon. AGP sells receiving other HSTS chats. That is basically the sentiment that clinicians, the people who decided who got access to hormones, had for approximately 60 years. But yeah, I mean, even since we started the series, things have gotten worse. there's a part of it, like, a part of it is like, well, I'm happy that the worst case scenario is clearly impossible, which is to say that, like, they're not taking away the hormones. It's just like impossible. There's just no way they can do it. You'll always have the hormones unless there's literal fascism, and they do like a Fourth Reich situation. You'll be able to get access to hormones. It's just very difficult. It's difficult to, especially estrogen. It's very difficult to schedule, and there's just always going to be DIY networks, especially now. It really seems like a thing of like, it's a Pandora's box that has been opened, and like however much the reactionary right wants to close it, it's impossible. That is still the attitude that I have about it. Your dad is trying to convince you the horrific problem of transvestites at Walmart. You gotta hear both sides. I want to hear the side of the transvestites at Walmart, because I feel like they're probably in the right in this situation. I can't say that transsexuals rock with Walmart all that much. Maybe Costco. I feel like transsexuals like Costco. Like, whom amongst us does not have a premium Costco card? And then Britain is just like just Britain is just cooked. Like, you should leave Britain if you have the capacity to. It's so bizarre. It's like labor. It's a platonic ideal of the negative consequences of like electoral leftism, because it's labor that is the most evil of them all. Like, you have Nigel Farage, who is like, it should be a case by case thing. Like, clearly that's not, if we just have a blanket policy of trans women in men's prisons, that can't be good. And then Labor's like, how dare you slaughter the sacred uniparty cow of tormenting transgender women. And like, broadly, the explanation for why that's happening, as I conceptualize it, is that like there's a certain type of kind of second wave white feminist, really, that like got a lot of access to institutional power because of like Labor's radical history. They gave these feminists, like, let's say, like in the 80s, access to like political channels to the state to lobby. And then those feminists who are like fairly comfortable upper middle class, like white women, were like, okay, the state is my friend and I can just use it to protect me. Which is why you have feminists that have somehow decided they think it's a good idea for the state to decide what a woman is. Like even if you think that a woman is a large gamete producer or whatever, you need the largest gametes in town to be a woman. You don't want the state to decide that. In a context where like the evil Nazi party is like leading in the polls, they're gonna give you like genital inspections to enter the woman's room, right? Like the violence of, even without like, even without the transphobic angle of that, the violence of a state being allowed to and being openly encouraged by feminists or by certain strand of feminists to like forcibly inspect people's genitals is incredibly violent. It's a loss for women in general. It's unfortunate that like transphobia, like trans women especially, have become a symbol for a broader political fight. Where like it is actually in cis people's interest to protect us. Now, they don't give a fuck broadly. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. That's how, if you're lower on the ladder, it's like, well, if you're above someone, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. The ladder doesn't work, because if you're above someone on the ladder and they kick the ladder down, everyone's falling. You know what I mean? If you're above, it's like, well, that's unfortunate, but like, the Democrats are kind of in the middle on this. They seem to have gotten like honestly slightly better. I mean, the bar was like very much so in hell for how they were originally going to decide this, with like Newsom being like, maybe they shouldn't be in women's sports. It seems like there was like they managed to successfully take off the thing in the big beautiful bill to make it so that like trans care is taken off of Medicaid, which also does show you like if there's one consolidation, wow, if there's one consolation, fighting count, gotta get that up. It's that like for the Christian conservative right in America, trans stuff is like the 5th most important social issue. Like there's so much more evil shit that they want to do. And it's not as if like they don't have the capacity to do evil shit to trans people. It's that it's like it is relatively low on that component of the big beautiful bill is a good example of that. Because gender criticals are more dangerous than the Christian conservative right for trans people. That is their issue, is trans women. That's number one. That's the most important thing to them. And it's funny, like the relationship between the old kind of guard of clinicians who develop and invent all these transphobic concepts to categorize trans women primarily, and then like whom are like openly sharing it with like gender criticals, for instance, to like try to gain some sort of institutional power back, because they lost a lot of that in like the during the turning point in the 2010s. They've like totally lost control of these ideas and concepts. I saw Michael J. Bailey, who, if you didn't know, made a book, The Man Who Would Be Queen. He's the most terminal chaser of all time. He's like can I say that? Another important part of this series is there are certain things that I don't want to be sued about. Oh, J. Michael Bailey, thank you. Maybe that's a Michael J. Fox thing. I think Michael J. Bailey. J. Michael Bailey is like, you know, if you're a trans woman undergrad psychology student at like, is it the U of Chicago? Do not, if he wants you to be a part of a study, do not join it. Oh, hey Spencer. Hello. I'll give you a. But there was a post that he had, and he really popularized AGP HSTS through The Man Who Would Be Queen in the early aughts. And like, if he was making a post being like, oh, these gender criticals are like being so rude to this trans woman, calling them autogynephiles. And it's like, I don't even think that lady's an autogynephile. Like that's so rude. And it's like, you opened Pandora's box. You were the one who introduced everyone to this insane dichotomy, this insane typology for trans women. And you're like, oh, they're being pretty evil about it. Like these gender criticals, they don't have like a paternalistic attitude towards trans people where it's like, we'll make you suffer and make you jump through hoops to get hormones. But, you know, also Spencer, for those who don't know, is Spencer, who helped quite a bit on the series. Where I give VIP to. The best passage Man Would Be Queen is when he sees an HSCS body. He's like, it's so crazy how little he even pretends that he isn't just like so fucking horny for trans women. May I ask who you are? That's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that. Sometimes people ask me that online, like, what's your deal? I don't know. Blanchardism is a silly thing. It's a very classic example of sexologists and like clinicians looking at a phenomenon that is a product of social difference and thinking it's a fundamental psychological distinction. The reason why like straight and gay trans women were broadly, especially 40 years ago, in such different categories is because gay and straight people are generally in radically different social categories and express their like genders in very different ways. And that was especially like noticeable in the like 70s when the social like loss. I'm basically just stealing from Jules Kill-Peterson here. Like the social loss of transitioning or the social loss of being a gay man in the 70s meant that it was a lot easier to go from gay man to straight trans woman. Whereas if you're attracted to women in the 70s, you probably you were either like, you know, DL trade, bisexual, or like you weren't attracted to men at all. And you were front facing heterosexual. And so going from like heterosexual man to transgender woman was a much bigger loss. So a lot of those girls especially then, put off their transition quite a lot. They were in different communities, right? They weren't attached to the gay community at all, which the gay community especially was like, you're a gay man in the 70s, you have much more room to explore your gender within your community. And so that produces a social distinction. And then as it lost in terms of like resources, like you lose more, you are more marginalized. It's a substantial loss of resources, of privilege, let's say, to be a gay man in the 70s, whereas now it's much different. And that distinction between AGP as a social group is much less noticeable. Because the basic thesis of like Michael J. Bailey, for instance, where he popularizes it in the aughts, is to say like there are basically two different groups of trans women. The what was it when we went on Chapo? What was the distinction? It was the Bugs Bunny and the Norman Bates, right? The Bugs Bunny and the Buffalo Bill, the ones who are like, who used to be gay boys, who we see as much more feminine, transition earlier, and are only attracted to men, and then the ones who are attracted to women. Your podcaster on the left who's on Chapo, who's followed by. Okay, that's pretty good. I think you got it. Yeah, I went on Chapo. That was fun. I was going insane that week. Like getting the series done was like quite a lot, especially at that point. And it was like, Sparkle, thank you. So I'm glad it came out good and normal. It was fun to go on Chapo. I wasn't on Chapo for a long time. It's embarrassing to say. It was cool. I believe I have. Do I have text to speech? I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah. That's another phrase. I feel like I've adopted a couple of phrases since I was streaming last. It's hard to say is one of them. I feel like I say that a lot. I think that's an autism thing. Well, yeah, the Blanchard thing about bisexuals is interesting because he takes it from Freund, his kind of mentor in Toronto at like Clark, who like was convinced that bisexuality wasn't real. Although I guess the explanation of why that expectation didn't exist, or why that belief didn't exist, especially a while ago, was that like bisexual men, for instance, would generally date women in like the 70s because again, the loss of resources. If you explicitly date men, if you're not like bi DL trade, who's into men but is kind of like straight presenting, is like really large. So if you have the option to present as dating only being attracted to women, then you do. So then you get like gay men, for instance, who are like, bisexuality isn't real. They're just like they're experimenting or whatever. And that idea, I think, like Michael J. Bailey, for instance, in 2003, is also saying bisexual men don't exist. And he's like, listen to gay men. They'll tell you, bisexuals aren't real. I mean, there are even gay men who get married to women and have kids, because the loss of being an out gay man in, especially, like the 70s, the 80s, is like a lot. But again, this is a situation where people take a social arrangement of desire and assume that it is a product of a fundamental psychological difference and not a product of people taking their desires, to market, so to speak, and seeing that certain things are discriminated and negotiating that, which is to say it's historically contingent. That's why like the AGP category for Blanchard is anyone attracted to women, because you are a part of that. If you were able to be attracted to women in the 70s or the 80s, you would probably end up with a woman as a man, because the social loss of ending up with a man or even being perceived as gay, right? Like even like being caught engaging in sex with men was like so large. So that's why that social distinction exists. It's because the trans women who before their transition were able to date women and not deal with the social loss of resources of being a gay man, did so. They dated women, and that's why that social group is different, right? It's like It seems very obvious to me. And then like these are the guys who were in charge of deciding who gets access to hormones. They're just making shit up. It really is like, and you see this as a general. This is like a big part of like the series Spencer and I want us to get across. Is like these guys are just making shit up. They were the ones who were in charge of the science of this. They had a monopoly on like the legal channels to give access to medical transition, and they were just making shit up. They really did not fucking understand the object of their study. And that is another part of the dislike of lesbian trans women. Like you see this in Michael J. Bailey, certainly, is like, well, the HSTS are the ones who are generally like more likely to want to date me. Because I mean, he is clearly, again, like he has allegations of sexual misconduct. There's an investigation about it. We talk about it in the series. But he's clearly very, very attracted to trans women. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure that you like the ones who are into men. That doesn't surprise me. And especially exclusively into men, because it's like, this is what you get. This is what you get, bro. Anyway, yeah. So the series, I'm very proud of it. cursemedia.net if you want to. There's going to be other series. It's a new platform we're starting for QAA. $25 a year, and there'll be 3 series a year. So you're paying $25 for access to all the backlog of series as well. We did for QAA. It's a little convoluted. It was so funny. Like you should never complain about Patreon comments, because it's just like, I have Zoomer hair. Is blonde Zoomer hair? Is that true? I mean, that's fine. I am a Zoomer. I've always had the center part. I've had the center part for like 5 years of my life. This is not Zoomer hair. Yeah, I mean, you can get real Zoomer. Like if I had like a wolf cut, one side is white, one side is black. Like or the thing where you have the bangs are dyed. Yes, Annie Kelly's Try Wife series. That's exciting. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I have an MA. I have a master's in philosophy. I also I got published in a book about conspiracy theories. It was I'm not pursuing my doctorate because I make more money doing this. That's my academic credentials. Yeah, I feel like that's very common in academia now, especially with the humanities. Like you really have to have that dog in you to get a PhD, and especially to stay after for postgraduate work. Because like if you're able to do that, you're a very capable person who can make a lot of money elsewhere. It's really just like I get to be paid to do what I want, even if that pay is a lot less. But I don't know. I think I get paid to do what I want with my online stuff. And I have a couple things in the newsletter for the newsletter. I've obviously put all my effort into the series in the past 6 months to get it out, but I'm excited to make more for that. It's liveagar.com if the link still works. Sometimes it stops working. Blonde live in front of seatback. I got my roots are coming in too. It's perfect. No, this isn't Republican woman aesthetic at all. Oh yeah, and then I finished the series. We finished it, and then I went on vacation, which was nice, but also kind of exhausting, but it was fun. I went to Chicago. We must have writing. I spent 4 hours a day reading websites called Trans Ideology Debunked. Yeah, that. Salute to you, brother. That was, yeah. Thank you for your service. Hot dog review. I can't say that I honestly had a Chicago hot dog. I did have deep dish pizza, and I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it's delicious. My opinion of pizza in general is more tomato sauce. More of the sauce. The more the sauce, the better. And it was great. It was delicious. How tasty is the is it how it feels? Is that why people don't like it? Am I not from Chicago? I have a very Chicago vibe. I understand that. I'm Canadian. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I do feel like going to Chicago or going to the Midwest, I feel like I should be there. Like that feels like right. Like it's like my it's like my Wakanda is like the Midwest, like that culturally. Toronto, like Ontario is basically the Midwest. I think that's why. And my family is from Ontario. I lived in Ontario for like 6 years, 5 years. Like that type of trans woman who should be in Chicago or like Milwaukee. Yeah. I say oop. Like oop. I did grow up in Van, yeah. I grew up in Van and then I went to Kingston, Ontario for schooling. And then I came back to Van. It's the Northern Line route. I think literally exactly. Yeah, being a weeb for Chicago, yeah. Um, Same alma mater. Yes, he went to Queens. Kingston's a great city. I don't hate Kingston at all. Three important Kingston alma mater. It's me, Northern Lion, and then Scarlet from StarCraft 2. Actually, no, she wasn't. No, she grew up in Kingston. I'm lying. I've been watching a lot of StarCraft videos recently because I was really good at it when I was 12. In Wings, I was in Masters League, and I thought it died, but it's still going. Did like the World Cup or whatever, like the first place got like 200,000 US dollars. Like that's like a it might be Scarlet's my goat, but I think the goat is Cyril, right? The Finnish player. Which is funny that it's a foreigner. It's like a non-Korean who's the best. Because I feel like it's always been like Korea's always been like the most dominant region. For like 2 or 3 years of my life, from like maybe 11 to 13 or 14, I was like a Korea like weeb, but specifically like about StarCraft because it's like, well, that's the group that's really good at it. So I have a very extensive knowledge of like K-pop from that period because it's like that's what was on when you watch the fucking really good streamers. When you watch, did Maru stream? I'm trying to remember all the old names. Just like Northern Lion. That's so true. That's so true, bro. Marine King Prime was my goat. You know, I was looking up like what happened to Marine King Prime. Apparently, he runs like a restaurant. He runs like is it like K Barbecue in Seoul? So good for MKP. That was my goat. Jaedong is Jaedong back on? Sorry, this is the least interesting. This is interesting to like 12 of you. Jaedong is back on Brood War, I assume, right? Because he came over and it was so cool. It was like, oh, it's like the Brood War pros. Like Flash came as well, didn't he? Wasn't he playing StarCraft 2 for a while? It was like, wow, the GOAT. If your count is 36, just talking about StarCraft 2. Anyways. When I'm Grandmaster, that oh shit. That was a classic. Stefano, the 10-minute roach rush. Sorry, I have nostalgia about the most embarrassing things because I just like had gender dysphoria and I stayed in my room like after hitting puberty. So it's not about like living a full life it's just like remember GSL Code S? Remember when Scarlet was the best foreigner in GSL Code S? Anyway, I'm too worried to play StarCraft 2 again. Because I'm worried that I'm gonna be washed, because I know I will be. Because the only time that I was like able to be semi-pro in terms of my reflexes was when I was literally 12 years old. Um, so like sometimes I'll have these, you know, those dreams you get where you're like trying to swim or you're trying to run and like you can't. I get those dreams about StarCraft. Like it's ingrained into my mind and I'm just like not able to play and I suck and I'm like losing to like a gold player. And then I wake up and I'm like, oh, that's awful. I can't imagine doing that in real life. Um, some shitty like plat Terran who's like proxy 3-raxing you. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm gonna continue apologizing for. I was watching StarCraft this morning. There's so much that has happened in the world, and I'm spending like a full like hour, just spending a full hour talking about StarCraft. um, the worst possible outcome of my life is losing to a gold, like StarCraft, like cannon rusher. So absolutely, I would be in shambles. I couldn't. Um, anyway, a lot has happened in my life. I had 3 girlfriends at once, which was not a good idea, and now I have none. I have 0 girlfriends, which is probably for the best. I thought I was a lesbian for a while. I changed my mind about that. Not sure what's going on there. That's basically all I'm willing to share about my social life. Not an uncommon trajectory. It happens. 3 is not enough. 3 is too many. 3 is certainly too many. Um, no women and stacking paper. That's what it's all about. Live moves to Korea because Target Pro. I wanted to when I was like 12. I was like, I think I could do this if I like scale this up. If I keep getting better, honestly, probably could have. That's like my like I broke me getting ADHD and like having awful attention, awful reaction time is like my like broke a leg when you're 17, really good at football. Better idea than academia. Fair enough. Um, 2 girlfriends, a perfect amount. That's fair enough. I don't even know. Polyamory is very difficult. I do think it's lame. The people who are like, oh, polyamory is inherently terrible. How could you possibly do that? I don't. I think that is one example among many. You know, when you see someone talk about something and it's clear that like they're doing so out of a place of ignorance or a place of refusing to take in perspectives that are not their own. Understand that human experience is a vast variety of like heterogeneous different lives that are so fundamentally different to each other. You know, someone who's not able to do that, but it might not be for me. I don't know, bro. It's very difficult. Somewhere Julian's taking notes. The fast way to sound like he's bringing a prospect of losing to a goal in StarCraft. Yeah, don't tell him that. If he brings up me not being good at StarCraft anymore on the podcast, I actually do find the biggest problem with polyamory personally is that you only have one life to share with people. The stuff about like loving people, even like juggling people, like is like fine. Um, the fact it's like the fact unless you want like a polycule, which to me sounds like a nightmare. If that's your thing and it's working for you, I respect it. But unless you have that, like you're living with at most one other person. You're spending your day with generally one person. You know, like I do think like yeah. Um, some people have concerns like another important thing is you have to date people who are also polyamorous because you don't want that's an interesting security thing that is like totally not based on you. And this is one of the reasons why I think sometimes like people who are very successful in polyamory like are doing well. Like they have bitches, you know what I mean? Like they're I'm trying to articulate this way. I'm trying to articulate this in a way that doesn't sound evo psych because all the discourse I've seen about it, this is filtered through evo psych, and I think it's insane. They pull, yeah, which is in itself a form of security. Um, what was I gonna say? Uh, but yeah, like the insecurity about the idea of someone leaving you for another person is a very like I find like I don't think I ever worried because there are people who shouldn't be doing polyamory and who are trying to do it and who have the capacity to do that. But there are certainly people who it just works for and they're able to develop some sort of intense love and like a habitual love for another person um, without it being interrupted by other opportunities. And those are the people who should be polyamorous as a baseline. There are people who aren't like that and they get into it. And then that's where, like, I think most of when people are like, oh, polyamory, I can't do it, it's in relation to experiences with people like that. Um, it's too much drama. I mean, it just does require, there's a type of person who hates polyamory. There's a specific lady who I'm thinking about. I don't think I'll mention her. I mean, it's a lady who used to be like, I'll just say this because it is a very fascinating um, person in general. She used to be, um, no, what was it? She used to be a Muslim communist, and now she's like a trad cath. It's a known person. But I remember she would always, it's someone who's been through a lot of divorces, and she would always tweet about how polyamory doesn't work. I think like in that context, um, not November. No. November is not Tradcath. Although I guess she is used to be Muslim Catholic now. Um, it was clear in that case that the prospect of someone making two relationships work at the same time was so terrifying because she was unable to make one relationship work at the same time. I think that's a very common form of people tarnishing polyamory. I just do think monogamy as an institution, I think take for granted as like natural, um, just makes that practice very difficult. It makes it hard to, you really have to brute force it with good communication and interpersonal skills because one relationship is already very difficult. Um, I'm telling you, so of course I am. I'm talking to the lizard. Who else would I be talking to? Um, you bet the lizard. Oh, I'll put myself behind the lizard. Hold on. Is that good? Wait, hold on. You get up here. Massive lizard, yippee. Oh, that's probably why I did that. So I could do that. What else has happened? The FTX poly, that is an interesting group. Because like polyamory discourse really most of it has developed from the fact that like there are cishet people who are pretty well off or relatively well off who are doing polyamory now. Like it's been like gay people have been doing it all for a long time. All the discourse about it being bourgeois and decadent or whatever comes from that, um, which is generally just a product of the fact that the institution of monogamy is like a lot weaker than it used to be. The expectations placed upon people, which is connected to like heteronormativity, the expectation of being heterosexual, of settling down with a wife and kids, that push is much less strong. So people who normally would never dare try polyamory because it's like you're alienating yourself from your family, from your friends who don't understand that, from your like, church, etc. Like that's less of a pressure if you live in, I don't know, fucking San Francisco and you're in tech. A lot of tech polyamory, which is interesting. Um, but yeah, it's conceptualized as a problem. And I think a lot of those strange ideas about polyamory are injected into it. What Peter Thiel does isn't polyamory. Does is Peter Thiel is Peter Thiel doing that? What I mean, worst case scenario, the Vagar, yeah. Um, the funniest. Whenever I think of Peter Thiel, I think of that video of those like shirtless men who are doing rowing, and someone had the caption like, "This is how Peter Thiel mines his Bitcoin." um, the crypto coup. I don't think I did. Um, let me find it. So it's important to have electricity generator. It's a bunch of twunks. It's very funny. It's very funny. Some cult leader type new age guy coercing his wife into a poly relationship. Some newer woman on the scene. Yeah, that is another expectation people have of polyamory. Is that guy? My take about that is that like, it's the same thing about like men doing kink, because people are like, well, it's a way of facilitating men abusing women. Men will abuse women regardless of what relationship structure you're giving them, bro. I really, yeah. Not to say that you're saying this. Um, I really don't think it's like you shouldn't look at a polyamorous man and be like, well, he's clearly woke. It's like, well, I mean, woken, is also, uh, um, men can be woke and also evil, as it turns out. There was a good TikTok of a lady who was just like, just because he's bisexual does not mean he's not going to be mean to you. That's so true. Um, there's an interesting thing I saw very vaguely was there was a drama in like Mormon, is it Mormon TikTok? Um, because they're all swinging. Like all the Mormons are swinging. Because like I didn't realize that there's a rule in Mormonism that you can't swing on Earth, but after you die, you can start swinging. I think my understanding is that it's allowed after death. Like you can do polygamy, you can swing in the afterlife. So it's like you might as well do it now. Swinging is so cool. It's like the Gen X version of polyamory. I think it rocks. I think it's a very funny, um in an attempt to articulate some sort of, because like monogamy's institution is always just going to break. Like it You're very slightly off sync. Is this true, chat? How do you know about swinging? How would you not know about swinging? What do you mean? It's like, how do you know about the city of Milwaukee? It's like because it's a thing. It's a video client. Okay, you gotta refresh. I think probably. Yes, I am a grown woman. I know about sex. I know people are doing that. Swinging community leans really conservative. That makes sense because it's the most conservative articulation of like non-monogamy in some way. Who told the Zoomer about swinging? Um, how do I know about Milwaukee? That's a good question. What was I gonna say? Swinging does sound very old-fashioned. Yeah, 'cause monogamy just always it does break. A lot of people cheat. Um, I don't actually. I remember the marriage statistic thing was fake. That like 50% of marriages end in divorce. I have the Midwest Mind virus exactly. But it is. I'm sure. I'm assuming it's a very high amounts. I think divorces are going down because marriage rates are going down as well, algorithmically. Thank you. It's closer to a third. That makes sense. I'll trust you, chatter. I will not look it up. Oh yeah, the Alex thing. I didn't. I wasn't gonna talk about that too much. Um, I believe the women. I support them who are coming forward. Didn't I was not harmed by him, so I didn't feel like I wanted to make it about myself. But I do support them. I did find it silly when people were like digging up his Substack and being like, you could tell that he was like a creep, and it's like I think that's really silly. I think you guys like a lot of people don't have any sort of taste or understanding of politics, and they look for someone on Twitter to give them permission to like or not like a thing. I think it's perfectly conceivable that someone who is like has good politics can also like do some shit that's not good, do some bad shit, and like rationalize it. I don't know. I think that's silly. The statistic on gay versus straight divorce was how many people in a gay marriage have ever been divorced. Now oh, that's interesting. It's like the lesbian domestic violence statistic, where it's like 50% of lesbians beat each other up, and it's like it was asking lesbians if they had ever been if they've ever experienced domestic violence, but a lot of them it was like they were in a relation or in a marriage with a man, and then who abused her, and then like it didn't select for have you been abused specifically by women. Yeah, I didn't like the people making it about them of like I look at this Substack thing he wrote. I just think that's I think people want things to be simple. I think they want to be able to be like we could tell by in retrospect that this guy was shitty because you know um the content of what he was putting out, because it's scary that people can just have good politics and do good things for the movement, so does like, and then also be shitty, be reckless about sexual practices. um so yeah, I think it's, I don't know, I think it's also just insulting to the people coming forward, because the implication is like we should have known, right? Like look at his Substack, you read this, you should have known he's gonna send you a nude or whatever. I think it's not good. Anyway, um what else has been happening other than that? See any good movies lately? I've been watching Twin Peaks. I like Twin Peaks. I'm I have I'm so horrendously down bad for Dale Cooper. Like Kyle MacLachlan more broadly, but specifically Dale Cooper. I'm so it's first time Twin Peaks watch, yes. He's yeah, that's my main takeaway. I'm not even doing politics. I'm not doing analysis about how interesting it is to like the representation of like a woman or really a girl who's been like raped. It feels like it's talked about in a even more sensitive or thorough way than a lot of media. You would think like, oh yeah, like for survivors, you have plenty of experiences to draw on in terms of media depiction. I did not get to Denise, although I've heard about Denise, but there really isn't that much of it. Surprisingly little. Yeah, I've heard Fire Walk with Me is like crazy, so I'm excited. I'm excited in a like in a what was that example of the guy who like um the guy who got his arm stuck in the thing and had to cut it off when he was like how he was excited to watch the movie depicting it. Like I'm excited in that sort of way for Fire Walk with Me. 127 hours. No, not James Franco. James Franco did not have to cut off his arm for the role. Well, that would be very funny. And I heard season 3 is like insane. Um, season 2 as well. Season 2 is funky. I started season 2. Actually, no, I can't say that. It was a very actually no, yeah, I guess I can't. Never mind. I did enjoy like because it gets immediately fucking weird, and it was just like it was an experience for me. I think I like season 1 more. I think it is like a incredibly perfect. You get there's a little like season 2 is a lot quirkier as I'm getting through it. It's a lot funnier. Um, there's like a weird. There's a couple weird subplots. But it's still I don't know. It's still very good TV. Let's do. Oh, interesting. I thought it was gonna be the reverse, but that totally makes sense. Um. Oh, also I forgot I was gonna do a bit when I started streaming. That I like the stream comes on and I'm like I feel great. I just killed Jack Renault for murdering my daughter, and I'm on top of the moon. I'm on top of the world. But I didn't. I forgot to do it. I forgot to do the bit. Um. That's interesting though. That season 1 was the one he had more control over. Because my if I was to guess, I would have assumed that like season 1 is a lot less weird overtly. There's a lot less supernatural stuff, and that he wasn't allowed to do supernatural shit. And then maybe he got permission in season 2. But that makes sense because he's a very good director. PPMD knows who I am. I don't even know if that's true. I think maybe that lady was doing a bit, but that's a very funny idea. Is PPMD knowing who Leigh Vekar is? I gotta say, bro, I went to that. That was another thing that happened. Is I went to Bala BC, um, and which is like a big Super Smash Bros. Major. You guys are fucking weird, bro. One thing I know, the two things I've learned, and I guess I haven't learned them, is that Smash players are very awkward, and they also are clearly much more interested in trans women than the average. Because like the amount of people there compared to like the amount of people that recognized me at Lollapalooza was lower. You know, it's 100,000 people. Was lower than the like how many people went to that? Like 1,000. Like that guy. Okay, that guy needs to not. If he's watching, which is a very high possibility he is, the person who got a photo with me, and it was from this very strange angle because we were like, I guess he just didn't want to do this in a crowd, but he put that photo of us. It's very unflattering angle for both of us on Hinge, and its Hinge profile it says like this could be us. And I know this because someone tweeted it. Was like, why is Liv Agar on this random guy's? And so you can't do that. You can't be doing that. that's not that's not gonna work. That's not I know that you want trans women to like you on Hinge. It's not gonna work. That's not the way you do it. Um um there's shout out to the other guy who just like he saw me and then he just went and then I kept walking because I assumed you know when someone like kind of waves at you but you assume that it's someone behind you. But no, it was confirmed that he was recognizing me because he apologized for it. He DM'd me. He was like I was the guy who just pointed at you. It was it's not anyway. Um, it wasn't like it's not like a big deal. I want to be clear. I think it's very funny, but you do deserve if you do that, you deserve to be made fun of. That's my attitude about it. Um, very few, very like proportionally few people who were just like, "Hey, I like your whatever. Can I get a photo?" There was always something where they were like, "That's not enough. I have to do something else." And it's like you don't have to. You could just say hi. You can just say hi. There were plenty of again the people who said hi to me at Lollapalooza were perfectly normal. Were perfectly normal, nice people. Because if you go to a music festival, it's probably you're probably able to deal with people and are used to being around people in that sort of context. Smash tournament. Another thing I realized about Smash tournaments is that like it's a big spectator thing. You'd think, although yeah, the crowds in Lollapalooza were pretty bad. It's a big spectator thing, so it's like the outlet for a lot of these people to like be aggressive and be socially outgoing. Of like, yeah, let's go. I love you, Hungry Box, or whatever. And it's very clear that that is the main outlet they have. I thought it was great. I had a great time going. I want to be clear, but I do think they deserve to be made fun of as well. So thank you, what's his name, for getting me tickets to that for free. The guy who organized it. Um, and Lollapalooza was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Um, yeah, what is there to say about Lollapalooza? I've been going to a lot more music festivals, but like honestly, generally more like not EDM, like house, that sort of genre. Where I find the crowds are a lot better. They're much more cool and chill. The Lollapalooza crowd, it was like a lot of rich suburban teenagers. I've been going to Labubu raves, exactly. I actually did go to a show because I don't like. I still kind of don't know what Labubus are because I haven't. It's all every year, I'm sure. Um, because I just like haven't been online that much working on my series. I know it's a doll, and I understand the general concept of it. Um, Also, it's not an old thing. I know like the people I know who are in their 30s still know it. Like Laboobs are not a Zoomer thing. I did get to see Cat's Eye perform. I liked them. Cat's Eye is cool. I feel like it's like a K-pop group. What if there's a K-pop group um that was like composed of the worldwide Latino belt, which is a joke I can make because I am of course a part of the worldwide Latino belt because the Serbians are part of it. We're part of it. Um, it was cool. It was cool when they were like, isn't there in that song where it's like you support all the girls, even the T girls? I was like, that's me. Wow, that was interesting seeing people with the protect the doll shirt, which I feel like is more common in America, obviously because there's like an explicit political reaction against trans people in America as opposed to not as much in Canada. Um, and it's like, oh, that's what do you think, Slovenians? No, Slovenians are too Austrian. I'm sorry. Too Germanic temperament. I'm sorry to tell you. Um, what was I gonna say? Many social media never knew trans. Many such cases. Um, Slovenians are basically Austrian. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know I was trans for many years as well. What a coincidence. What was I gonna talk about? What was I saying? What was I literally talking about? You thought I was Argentinian? That's crazy. European temperament discourse sounds like horoscopes. I disagree. I think there is a clear difference between like Swedish people and Spanish people. Oh yeah, the protected all shit. Because I was like, oh shit, that's me. They're talking about me. Wow, that's cool. That's about me. It is nice. It is nice to have. It is nice to feel that way. Protect me. Protect Liv Agar. No, I don't think I need protecting. I think I'm doing okay. Yeah, it me. I mean, it is more about trans women of color. Horoscopes. I don't think horoscopes are real. I disagree. I think the difference between a fucking Aquarius and a Sagittarius is very different than between a Spanish person and a German person. Hot take. Um, the back there confuses the back. Yeah, the background is of this. Yeah, the chair. I need to get a new chair, bro. Um, Horoscopes did exist before Slovenia. That is true, actually. They were pretty old, technically. If you ever walked into a large crowd and a bunch of people you didn't know were wearing Protect Live Agar shirts, would you feel more or less safe? That's a hard question to answer. I would have to say I would have to wonder what the vibes were, because if maybe that is just a run situation. It's like no, we've created this beautiful community for you, Liv. Please join us. Join us on your throne. We're 60 miles into the interior of the province. We've been waiting for you. It's like, yeah, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. European phrenology isn't the same as like there's a cultural difference in temperament between maybe is temperament like is temperament a phrenological term? I feel like it's not necessarily. Maybe it is. Maybe that's where you got me. Just describing the Discord. Honestly, I don't think so. I feel like the Discord has existed independently of me for long enough that there are plenty of people who are like, Liv Egg, I don't. It's supposed to be for this Liv Egg lady. I don't know who she is. That's my vision of what it is, and I think that's wonderful. I think that's beautiful. I have a very hands-off attitude for the Discord because when I didn't, it was a problem. Like that one lady I banned, and she was like, because she just wasn't following the rules. I can't remember specifically what it was, but she was like, "All my friends are on the Discord," and it's like, I don't know what to tell. Like, you're not following the rules. It's a Discord. Just like, what do you want from me? Been like that for years, yeah, which is how it should be. Um, the phlegmatic choleric stuff. That's from Galen, is it not? I guess Galen is Greek. He's like a Greek Roman. Like the discourse comes from the Roman period, I thought. I did listen. I did graduate level classics courses. I remember. I remember. Do I own my own nails? I'm not sure I know. Like I have them like I'm like renting them out. Is that the is that what you're asking? I'm very perplexed. I got them white because I wanted to match my hair because it's cute. Do you do your own nails? I don't know why I thought you said own. No, I don't. I don't. I got the every like month I feel like I just get like gel and it lasts for the month. I didn't realize how Targaryen coated my hair is right now. It's kind of dry, so it doesn't quite. It looks a bit thinner. It'll bounce back. It's fine. I've been doing a lot of hair care stuff. it is extremely, like it's Daenerys's brother. Like I just have that. It's less bouncy right now because when you bleach it, it just like kills the hair completely, and so it makes it straighter. It's I. It is a microaggression if you say that I look like Viserys, but I do have Viserys. I do have the Viserys hair. Because Danny's hair is too long. I don't have hair that's long. Which I think is cool. I would never make a change like that specifically for the purpose of looking like a fictional character, but coincidentally looking like a fictional character I think is cool. And then leaning into it, that's fine. That's not cringe. Or I also got I like my earrings. They're cute. Is Rhaenyra, is that more? The Targaryens love their long hair on boys. No, she's got longer hair too. I honestly have not been watching House of the Dragon at all. I heard they're like literally just doing fan service now. Like I heard it is a fan service slop thing now. It's good. Like I want like I'm on a Song of Ice and Fire head. Like I hope Dunkin' Egg is good. That's another really good. Yeah, like George Gurm disavowed it. Yeah, that's what I heard. It's not for me. It's not for me. The thing that is for me, I'll cry if Dunkin' Egg. It's not gonna be as bad as Hot Tea. Surely not. Surely they can make a Song of Ice and Fire universe show. Surely that could happen. I believe. I mean, I honestly don't give a fuck. I just want wins to come out. With here in my tongue. I just want wins to come out. I don't care, bro. I don't give a fuck. Just give me wins. Thinking of how old I was when I finished Dance of Dragons initially. Why do Croatians use the Latin, but Serbs use the Cyrillic? Actually, I don't know where that specifically comes from, but it's a difference in. Actually, it probably is just a religious thing. I was gonna say, do any Catholics use Cyrillic? Do any Catholic countries use Cyrillic? Like, it makes sense that a majority Catholic country would adopt the writing style of the Latin writing style. It's just different spheres of influence. They fell into different spheres of influence. That's the only reason those two identities exist as distinct. Is there different political spheres of influence? The specific concrete details of like this Serbian king, I couldn't tell you. No, Dream of Spring is never coming out. I've made peace with the series never finishing. I just want to know wins. I want to know what's gonna happen with the lighthouse. What is gonna happen with Stannis? What's going on with Euron? Is he gonna summon a fucking eel? Not an eel. Is he gonna summon an eel? A squid. That's the one. It's important. Is he gonna summon a big evil squid, a kraken? What's gonna happen with Dany? Because right now, like Dany is just like shitting her guts out in the beside her dragon, in the desert. Like she's abandoned Marine. How's she getting back? What's going on? What's gonna happen with John Con and his invasion? I love John Con. John Con's such a good character. What's she's shitting? That's what's happening right now. Yeah, she's been shitting for 12 years, bro. Let her out. All the characters. Tyrion is washed. He's dead to me. I hope he dies. Tyrion is a very intriguing character. I think Gurm said that he's because like Tyrion never gets really that bad, that evil of a person in the shows. Tyrion is like plotting to like kidnap and rape his sister. He's a very intriguing, he's a very compelling character though, because he killed his dad, but his dad was asking for it. His dad was so asking for it. The fact that he was also having sex with Taisha, he totally deserved it. Tywin constructed the downfall of his house. He should have. It was very clear. It was very clear that Tyrion was, of his 3 kids, the like political mastermind who should have been in control of the Lannisters. But he can't face that because Tyrion is a continual reminder of the death of his wife. The fact that he killed his wife, that he's a monstrous looking individual. He's real ugly in the books. Like Tyrion is a character. It's the same with Brienne. Like they in shows they can't cast people who are actually ugly. Like pretty much everyone who gets a major role. Like Ugly Betty is such a hilarious example of this. Cause like that actress is not like ugly in any like she's conventionally attractive. But they refuse to cast people who are actually ugly. Peter Dinklage is a very attractive man. Yeah. But yeah, Tywin is unable to see that Tyrion is the heir to the Lannisters. That he should have Casterly Rock. Because he's too like the line. I don't know if it's in the show, but in the books, when Tyrion is killing Tywin, he says like Tywin's like, "Oh, you're a monster," and he's like, "No, I'm you writ small." I feel like that always sticks with me. I'm you writ small, because he is. Even down to like loving sex workers, right? A thing that Tywin also does, and like hates Tyrion for. Is there a new season of Dexter? Is it good? I shouldn't even ask that question. I don't even know why I'm asking that question. It is? Of course not. Okay, well, it's not like good, but like, is it good enough? Like the first season of Dexter isn't good, but it's awesome. I love it. It's serial killers. It's good pulpy TV. Okay. It's probably, yeah. I guess I haven't heard anyone talk about it either, which is the sign that it's like, yeah, it's good Dexter. Yeah, I would never expect it to be actually good. Dexter's in New York and is able to dispose of bodies without leaving Manhattan. He's goated. What can you say? I've heard the Hannibal show is actually not bad. Scarlet Rain, thank you.
I am gay!
What else has been going on? Wait, what were my favorite? I've not watched The Sopranos. I should though. What were my favorite sets? I was honestly at Lollapalooza. I was mainly at Perry's stage. Because the crowds are just much better at the more electronic stuff. Chance the Rapper was funny. He's so washed, bro. Because like the whole like the crowd, because he came on Perry's stage, which is generally like an EDM. Like the whole crowd was like massive for him, and he had like a quick, was it 25-minute set. He did not come on for 10 minutes, so it's down to 15. And so he comes out and he does acid rap stuff, but he doesn't. I assume he doesn't have enough time to do the full songs because it's a 15-minute set instead of a 25-minute one. So he does like a minute and a half of Cocoa Butter Kisses, etc. And then halfway through, he's like, "Okay, here's my new shit. Like, hear me out." And like, no one cared. It's the last one he played 2 full songs, he did get divorced. He famously was liking some like real, honestly, like pretty nasty like trans porn on Twitter. I believe it played a part in his divorce. Like Chance is like a John. Like he's into trans women. And then he compensated by getting super religious, I think. Although he was kind of doing that. But it's crazy. Who was after Chance? There was an EDM set after Chance that I was going for, and he came back on to do like a acid rap sort of like remix thing. Like it was a little bit EDM-y, and then he was rapping Cocoa Butter Kisses, and I was like pretty close for that because like people cared less about and no one gave a fuck in that crowd. No one. The Venn diagram for, I can't remember which artist it was. Don't ask me if I washed the dishes. I said Chance the Rapper. She smiled. Yeah, I mean, it is just embarrassing because his whole identity was loving his wife. And then his wife divorced him. How did I get so washed? I mean, it was really like he refused to drop an album. It just took him so long to do. Like he had that like album that was sort of his, but then was like not really. And he just like lost it. Like he was doing really well for so long. I assume he just kind of lost the magic. And like Big Day, it's interesting, that album, it's not like terrible. It's just extremely forgettable. He has not released. He's releasing one soon. It's just okay. Like there's so many filler songs in there. He should have just cut out the filler songs and it would have been fine. Like again, it's like the expectation from his previous shit was so high that it's like, well, this isn't very good. That is the worst thing an album can be. I guess you're right. It's just forgettable because like it's interesting. It wasn't like initially, at least, it wasn't especially panned by critics. They were like, it's okay. Because it wasn't so obviously like terrible. It's not like Speeding Bullet to Heaven with Kid Cudi, where everyone was just like, "We're Speeding Bullet to Heaven," right? Where it's like no one wants to hear this shit. Like, no. Which is it's an interesting fall off. There was a bunch of drama about that, of like his label was like forcing him to release the. It's interesting because he had a good one. The like. I feel like he had a good single leading up to the album, right? The like was No Problem. No, it wasn't. That was 2016. When was the Big Day? Yeah, it was 2019. No, he was already washed. The Jagmeet Singh stuff is so embarrassing, dude. It's so embarrassing. If people are unfamiliar, Jagmeet Singh, like, I don't know, is disgrace the right word? Because the NDP just totally ate shit. You know, like, not even a legitimate, not even like a legal, like, it's not they're not a legal party, it's that they don't have the status of a proper party. Like, it's like, if you have a certain amount of seats in Parliament in Canada, you get funding, federal funding, for being like a real party. And they lost that. Hey, Palma, how's it going? Oh, they lost official party status. Yeah, not legal party status. And he decides to just like fuck off because he has his pension now. He's gonna go to the Six, Toronto, and he went to the Kendrick concert there, and Drake got mad at him, and like I think he does the classic thing, like he did it with Fantano, where he gets mad and he DMs someone and then he posts the DM. What was the Fantano thing? He messaged him being like, "I give your existence a light 1." He's so washed. It's so funny. It's just like, you got him, man. losing a beef to Anthony Fantano as like a pop star rapper is awesome. Um, but he was like really mad at Jagmeet Singh for like going to a Drake concert, and instead of just being like, I don't give a shit, fuck off Drake, he apologized for going to the Kendrick concert and he was like, I was only there for SZA, which like going from like 4 years ago, Jagmeet Singh was like, I'm gonna be the first NDP prime minister. Like I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna bring this party into relevance. We're not just going for second. We're not going for a counterbalance to the liberals. We're gonna do it. We're not like, it was clear in the way that they were like marketing themselves. Um, thanks for the follow, brother. You're a goof. And he posts it because he's fucking corny. I went for SZA, not Kendrick. I shouldn't have gone at all. He has pedophile allegations, bro. What do you mean? It was very embarrassing. It was public humiliation ritual. Because you're not a politician anymore. You don't have to do that. I actually don't know. Like Drake is interesting because my impression at least is like Toronto doesn't even give a fuck about him anymore. Maybe this is a silly thing to say. Like he's like a pop star who's trying to be like Jamaican. Like I don't feel like he's like, if you're from Toronto, you don't have to be like if you're Jagmeet Singh, where you're like, I want to be some sort of social icon of Toronto now, right? It's like when Justin Trudeau went on Stephen Colbert or whatever. Like that's the standard. Everyone wants to be an influencer, including like liberal politicians, well, conservative politicians as well. It's like, I'll just do that basically. You don't have to give a fuck about Drake. You're in Toronto like 2050. You don't have to give a fuck about Drake. Like no one in Toronto was actually like, well, Guandalila is awesome. They were like, that's funny. That is a funny. I feel like on my Instagram I get like reels of um like Toronto teenagers doing the Toronto voice, and people are like, this city isn't real, and it's like they're in on the joke. Like no one, they're in on the joke, guys. It's like a bit. I think maybe Drake thinks that that's actually how, like, he hasn't been to Toronto for so long. He thinks that that's not like a bit. Um, yeah, I just what a sad. I do know with the NDP though that now that they're gone, that they're gonna come back even worse. Like they're gonna reconstitute themselves and be like a serious party again because they're polling well again. Because it was just a weird, like really the main reason they ate shit was because the last Canadian election was like, it was about like it was mainly about Trump and about like which leader do you think is capable of defeating Trump or opposing Trump, and that's why people mainly voted liberal or conservative. um
I am gay.
and that's like less of the case now, at least in the polls. DJ Marco, thank you for the prime. But whatever direction they're gonna go, they're gonna somehow find a way of making it. Well, oh, hold on. Worse than before. My opinion, and I'm not an electoral strategist, is you just gotta go more to the left. You can't be liberal light. If it's gonna work, because it might not work. I'm not saying the Canadian electorate is very left wing. I'm saying if there is a strategy of differentiating yourselves, it's doing that. Nuking Alberta. That is the NDP should run on like a Wexit. Uh, um, political strategy, but like the West should exit everything. It should just stop existing. It really is like that is like the most fascist possibly area in North America, certainly in Canada. Because like the French, like the Quebecois are also fascist, but they're fascist in like a French way. You know, and like no one knows about the like interwar French fascists. They know about the like Alberta is our Austria. It really is. It's the idea like the conservative Canadians who have decided to just copy what's going on in America. They got it from Alberta. Belgian Prime Minister is a Flexit supporter. That's awesome. The Flemish would just join the Dutch, right? I have a snack, which is churros. Remember I got depends on far right win in Netherlands. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess like liberal voters are not especially sympathetic to like greater Netherlands. Yeah, it should be the NDP should have a Wexit policy, but it is forcing the West to exit the country, just like deporting them all to America. It is interesting how separatist sentiment is higher in Alberta now than Quebec. Like a free Quebec is basically a dead political strategy, or it's a dead political reality just because of like essentially immigrants. A lot of francophones have come to Quebec specifically to be a part of Canada, and they're like, I don't. This doesn't appeal to me. And they were very close. They were like less than 1% off in their referendums. Be a huge relief to see Belgium disappear. Just get it out of there. Just we can't be having this. 49.5 to 50.5. Yeah, yeah. And it was interesting. I remember I think it was in that referendum. It might have been in the other one. Um, the like the sovereigntists, the pro-independent side, immediately blamed. I believe it was the Greeks and the Italians. They were like, "That's why we lost," because it's like, yeah, they don't give a fuck about an independent Quebec. They would actually prefer to be a part of Canada. That's like French level, you know, racism. They kept doing that into the 80s, anti-Italian racism. Herizo, thank you. He blamed the immigrant vote more broadly, but there was a specific quote where he mentioned, I believe is it Greeks and Italians and Jewish people? The common front of Italian, Greek, and Jewish congresses. Yeah. Populations that are like somewhat considerable in Quebec that obviously do not give a shit about Quebecois independence. The idea of a French person being racist towards Italians is very funny. I guess we got our civilization from Rome, but like, you guys forgot what you were doing. You forgot what you were doing. You're washed. I'm sure it's existed. I'm sure with the French. Biden count is for when I forget a very obvious word or something of the sort. Um, What else has happened in the last 6 months? Um, just every European in the 19th century. That's true. Um, yeah, I mean, some of the creation of Indo-European as a language group is so fascinating because you have like British colonists who are studying like Hindi and Sanskrit like more in detail and being like this seems like it actually has a common origin with like Greek and Latin and German. Clearly this is because a bunch of white people thousands of years ago just like conquered the society and like forced their culture onto them, and that's why we have like Buddhism and Hinduism, all the like good parts of the culture here. um that was a big win for um the colonialism, for British colonialism, ideologically speaking, was like being able to trace a common origin between those languages. Thoughts on Zoran? Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. You're gonna be disappointed by it, but that's life. Because it's a shoe in now, right? It's definitely gonna happen, barring some like absurd circumstance. Yeah, it's like the Turkish teaching Altaic language group, which is like not a thing, right? Like the British colonists got lucky. Yeah, the Altaic language group is the attempt to unify Turkic and like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, I forgot. It's not just Mongolian. It's also, it's like Korean and Japanese too. Because it's like we're goaded. No, it's not. But this one, like the British colonists got lucky because it is actually just an absurdly large, incredibly diverse like language group. And Manchu, of course, right? Um, the Latino belt is far more real than Indo-European, than the colonial construct, so-called Indo-European. See, Bannon is running in 2028, is washed. I do just think that they need to. I think like he's gonna run again. Like clearly, they just don't have anything. I mean, I guess he's gonna be too old. That is another thing to consider about like the eternal 1,000-year Trump reich is like he's fucking old, man. Like he's not doing well. Like he can't do 7 more years. Like the Trump third term, yeah. I just don't. I just think it might collapse. It might collapse. I don't know. I don't want my Trump to get old. Yeah. Um, I feel like I'm being silly for predicting that it's all gonna fall apart. Like I feel like Adorno in the 30s, he was like an extreme nothing ever happens guy. Because he's like a German Jew, and he's like the Nazis are gonna collapse just like the fascists in Austria. They're fucking bozos. I'm gonna continually visit Germany under like a fake passport because he's able to pretend that he's not Jewish. Like he's able to appear outwardly as like ethnic German, and then he was very wrong about it. Um, PIE is a colonial white supremacist project. I mean, it is, but then it also is just like they probably are like a common, like it is, but it's also a language group. I mean, I don't know enough about, like, some people have critiques modern linguistics and structure, but empirically it does seem to be. I mean, I do think there is some theorizing that we did actually have some sort of common um language at some point. there's like a bottleneck in human genetics like 100,000 years ago that suggests we lived in an area that was close enough that we probably did have some sort of common, not like language properly in the modern sense. And then we built the tower, of course. But like the different languages have diverged so extremely that it's impossible to really see the root. And like technically, probably every language has some sort of common, even if it's like to such an extent that it's not recognizable. Although I don't, that's not my field, so I'm reaching here. But I think it is real. I think it's a real language group. Oh yeah, Bukele. Bukele? How do you pronounce his name? He's just like a dictator now. He has like an absurd approval rating, doesn't he? Like, is that fake? I was looking at the approval ratings for him and it's like 97%. It's kind of real. Like, that's the only way that you're able to do that, right? Is at least having, like, maybe it's fake, but it's like approval in the high 70s. Like, or as in 70% of people approve. Yeah, Modi is fairly high popularity, although they kind of ate shit in the election recently. The shine bomb levels? Because that's the thing about Trump's political project, is that he needs a high approval rating to do all the shit that he wants to do. Like, really, like, if people loved Trump, if he was, like, doing really well, then it's like, yeah, you can just do fascism. You can do what Bukele is doing. Hunter Biden saying America needs to invade a regime change El Salvador. That was awesome. It's so funny how much Hunter Biden looks and sounds like his dad. I can't say I especially want to watch that interview on stream because I don't want to support the interviewer, especially. A brown I searched Hunter Schaefer instead of Hunter Biden. Sam fan, thank you. I'll give you, like, he really does sound like Trump. The craziest or not, sorry. Sorry, not Trump. He sounds like Biden. Freudian slip. Freudian slip.
Especially interviewing migrants and like here's the caliber to get here. And it's just the lack of research.
By the time, if you say it over and over and over
like
again,
that is...
Rachel Maddow did a whole thing on it. I can't remember the term of art.
We'll put it on screen here.
Like, he really does sound like Biden.
This is how, I'll give you the example of how
it's very funny.
The way that they did it is when Vladimir Putin came to power after...
It's so funny to look and sound exactly like the president. And then the thing that you do all the time is just like smoking crack and having sex with sex workers.
Yeltsin in the early 2000s. Okay?
I think that's awesome. It's so cool that Biden has a son who's like his clone and also does that.
He said, hey, this guy may be okay. He is he's a technocrat, and
it's awesome. I think it's very funny. Yeah, just not even just to sound like your dad, but to sound like the president who is your dad. The fact that he's like Joe Suit of One, well, that's interesting because I saw a couple clips of that. Like the Biden, like the Brandon Reich, you know, like Führer bunker in the last like months of his presidency, when he was like, I'm not dropping out, like I'm not. It was like a group of people. It was like Biden's inner circle, which was mainly like his like close personal friends, his friends and family, were like, they were like ancient Chinese court eunuchs. Like they were literally feeding him false polls and stuff, to make him think like, no, it's people are just doubting you because they've always doubted you, Jack. They've always doubted you. Like, you can run again. You'll do great. And like, he's a part of that. His son is a part of that. His wife played a really important role too. Some Gang of Four type shit. Yeah. It's cool that one of the four of your gang as Biden is like your son who does hookers and blow all the time. Exactly, Paul, exactly. Um, it's so cool. It's cool that that's why Trump is president now. It's because he didn't just like step down like two years ago. I got a churro. I've been doing this now from Twin Peaks. I love the largest election fraud in the world happening. What is this? Thumbs up is a beautiful, simple gesture, but especially the Dale Cooper style thumbs up. I'm I love that Kyle MacLachlan has a TikTok, and it's insane. He can still get it, honestly. Maybe that's not a hot take at all. Let me find it. He's so cool. Hold on. I have to solve a puzzle to get access to TikTok. Lucas Warmtag? Okay, fine. I probably can't play this because it's copyright, I forgot. But he's singing Chaperone in a hot dog suit. He's just so goated. He's insane swag. I love him. Sorry, I was transfixed. That's the person you should be asking what a labubu is. Not like fucking like Liam Neeson. I saw that on Twitter. He was presumably doing like a press run for a movie. And they're like, have you seen this? Do you know what this is? This is a labubu. And he's like, I don't understand. Interrupting. Was that Liam Neeson actually? Was Liam Neeson the old white actor who was like, what did he say? Like, I almost hate crimed a person of color 20 years ago because I was so mad at them. Just interrupting that, being like, that's all great, Liam. What about this? Do you think this is cool? It's called a labubu. No, I sorry, I wanted to talk about my hate crimes. You roam the street looking for any slur to assault. It's crazy. He's dating Pam Anderson? Liam Neeson or Kyle MacLachlan? I assume the former. Yeah, Liam Neeson. On the set of Naked Gun, that's awesome. Never felt more disappointed Jake Nelson would go deep into Labubus. Are you disappointed? Jake loves little treats. He loves little commodities. Like I don't know, maybe we edit this out of the final draft. But like every fucking show, he's like, just gotta, I just went to this fast food restaurant. It's really good. You should order this. And it like sounds like an ad. But he's just like, he's recommending you something he likes. And Julian has to be like, we can't just be doing ads. No, that makes total sense to me. Okay, we do keep that in. I feel like I listen to the podcast, but I don't listen to like episodes that I'm in because hearing my voice is like a horrifying. I don't want to do that. I hear enough of my voice. It is very 80s kid. I do agree. He's got great takes, yeah. I'm excited to be back on podcasts again because I've just been like I've been grueling. I've been working very hard in the transphobia minds, which I guess it sounds like I'm doing the transphobia. Um, but looking at really old, strange discourses about transsexuality for the past 6 months. Um, 'Cause it's interesting. I feel like I don't actually think about being trans all that much. It doesn't occupy that much of my time. But in the past 6 months, I've been clocking in 9 to 5 transphobia minds. Having the moving lizard so close from the Muppets at guest stars. I like that analogy. Science and transition is completely done on my end. It's a new Criminal Minds spin-off, the Transphobia Factory. I can't say that I yearn for the transphobia minds. I think I've had enough. I've had enough about thinking about being a transsexual for a little while now. Instead of a trans agenda, yeah. I learned a lot, honestly, about like it wasn't honestly an area that I was that familiar with when we got into it. Um but it is like it is an absurd, like it's a level of horror that I don't get even researching all the melted shit on QAA. Because it's just like imagine if you had your entire medical the component of your life where you interface medically with the world, and it's like especially important, it's just controlled by these like insane old like male perverts um who have developed their own really strange bizarre ideas about you because they don't have any access to like your interiority and are like it's interesting like the gatekeeping regimen that a lot of like trans people had to the hoops they had to jump through really is just a product of these old weird guys not wanting to get sued because it was like it was such a new thing that they're like, well, if someone does it and then they regret it, they could sue us. It's like the most American fucking thing ever. And it's like that the incredibly long history of suffering that is produced from that, which is like not necessary. It didn't have to happen. It's like really just a product of that. Um, it's crazy. And it's just very contingent, right? Like, um, isn't it actually? I don't know. My knowledge of trans history or transsexual history, I guess I should say, to be specific. We're bringing that word back, by the way. I'm sorry. It has a specificity to it that's really important. Um, I think like the trans umbrella is probably good. I would say it's probably good to include like all kind of gender non-conforming things um into the same sort of coalition and category because we were fighting together. But like if you're transing your sex, it is very different, and we should view it as such, right? Like you're being less male if you're a transsexual woman, like MTF. There's been a modern kind of change to this where it's like, well, you can't change your biology, but you sex, but you can change your gender. And it's like, well, you can change both of those things. They're for a lot of people, for most people, they're very intuitively connected things. If you want to, like, there are certain genders that like, it's going to be a lot harder to be seen as and accepted as if you don't also change your sex. That's why I know some theorists use the term sex gender. And the fact that people do just think like, well, trans women are like biologically male, is like a loss. That's a big like J.K. Rowling like talking point. That's the thing that both the gender criticals and the Christian conservative right want to affirm is like your sex assigned at birth is your sex. You can't change it. It is also just biologically incorrect. I mean, there are certain sexual characteristics you can't change, like your chromosomes, and I guess your internal genitalia, um, as it's developed. But like a lot of them you can, and specifically the ones who are like generally most important for what gender means. You know, like you people do broadly categorize the world in terms of men and women. When they go out and they see it and they expect things of people, those are social categories that exist. The components of that relate to someone's sex are like very. You can't change for now. I mean, you could change in the future. It's hard to say. Um, bone structure, I believe so. I know, like I got a little bit shorter because of spinal curve. Because I have a very long back. I lost about an inch, I think, of height. So I think like for a while there was a view of the sex change and the transsexual, which has its own pitfalls. But I think people were really terrified of that idea. Lost an inch more, yeah. I meant an inch of my height, to be clear. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. I feel like that is probably one of the more important um like losses of like the idea that was when after the turning point when people really started to know more about trans people, 2014, with like the it was the was it yeah, it was the Laverne Cox like time thing, and then you had like the Caitlyn Jenner Call Me Caitlyn thing, and people were really like the message they were selling people generally was very muted. It was this idea of like sex and gender have nothing to do with each other. You can change your gender, you can't change your sex. That's kind of the idea people got. And it is just like not true. There are certain parts of your sex. That's why like TERFs, like gender criticals will say, like what makes a woman is a large gamete producer, like making eggs, which is also kind of problematic because there are certainly people that they would view as women who they've never produced any gametes. I think maybe that's a biology thing that I'm incorrect about. Maybe that's why they focus on it. But it's like they're finding the one characteristic they can't change. It's like, well, the way that people practically mobilize these ideas, it's a wishful thinking thing. They want that to be the case. They want it to be the case that woman is defined by eggs, man is defined by having produced sperm. The idea that those are not immutable traits that can be changed is just very scary to people. Yeah, after menopause you wouldn't be a woman. It's very silly. Obviously, it just like doesn't. There's a lot of problems with it. Yeah, that does feel like the biggest like point that's important to understand. And like there are plenty of trans people who don't change their sex who have these very problematic ideas. Like you'll see a non-binary person who refers to their assigned, they'll be like us AMABs, and it's like, well, you can't speak of as being assigned male at birth as a concrete social category. You're like, oh, something happened with you're like the sex you assigned at birth does not necessarily equate to the sex you are now. But yeah, no, it's pretty bad right now. It's gotten worse even since we've started the series. Trans people really have come to represent like to the right, like the things that they don't like about neoliberalism, basically. That's really been the perception. And to some extent it's been symbolic, which is why like the Christian conservative right, like they don't care like especially about trans people insofar as they care way more about abortion, let's say. In terms of the social issues they care about, there are other things that are much actually more pressing in terms of, but it's like trans people are such a small group that you don't have to put too much pressure. If there's no group to oppose that pressure, it can really have a serious effect. I mean, I don't know, like trans people for the past like fucking 7 decades, but since transsexuality has existed as a clinical entity, trans people have been tormented by this like group of sexologists who were just like the first social scientists on the scene to analyze this thing. You know, after we developed the capacity to medically alter someone's sex, the first people on the scene to be like, what's going on with these people who want this? Like they were just allowed to like, they were in virtue of that, just like allowed to just torment trans people for like, some of the stories we included about like DIY HRT networks, which that string of words means do-it-yourself hormone replacement therapy. So you don't go through a doctor to get your estrogen, you go through something else. Like the ones in the 70s were like, especially for like black trans women, because they were much more, trans women of color were much more systematically excluded from access to above board hormones. They're pretty horrific. Like there would be these like cis like doctors that like would you'd get like a big shot of presumably estrogen. You weren't really allowed to ask what was in it. And like some progesterone for like $50. There was a report, it was in a Jules Gill Peterson piece. It's an account by Miss Major, a black trans woman from Chicago. In the upper I can just read from this, from her quote, from this like mysterious man, the doctor who she would get access to shots through. He used these shots. His shots were so potent that after he shot you in the arm, you went out. I can't read. After he shot you in the arm, you went out to sit in his waiting room and would just fall asleep. She and her fellow customers were skeptical of the safety. She explained that at the time you didn't ask questions, and to this day I don't know what was in it, but I know that at the time it made me feel like a femme fatale. And it's like, that should be happening to you when you get your injection. But it's like, it's that or nothing. I can't remember why I structured this thought. But like the doctor, the people who were putting trans women through this sort of torment, like black trans women through this sort of torment, I can't remember why I made that point, I'll be honest. It happened so long ago. Does that count as a Biden moment? Sure. Oh yeah, the amount of pressure you could like the trans community has gotten a lot less, like it's gotten a lot stronger, and has made really important changes in medicine, so that these people aren't structurally in power. These old sexologists who are like preventing. They do a thing called the real life test, the thing recommended by Harry Benjamin, who's like praised as like, oh, the guy, the most important early figure in trans medicine. He was like, you need for a transsexual, they need to live as their identified sex, identified gender for like 2 years before they get access to hormones, without hormones. Which like, so if you're like a cisgender, like trans people understand immediately how horrific that is, but like, it's pretty easy to understand even if you're not trans. Like if you're like just a cis guy and you're like, yeah, just try living as a woman full time, women's clothes, women presenting, make people refer to you as a woman in the 70s. It's like a horrific thing to subject someone to, but it's like to make sure that they want it, to make sure they really want it. You have to do with, yes, and the real life test still exists in certain countries. Britain, I think they were trying to remove it, but then there's a turf backlash. Well, this all fundamentally stems from the lawsuit thing. That's like the basis of the paternalistic image. Well, you know, you could argue there's more deep-rooted components of that. Oh, it's in Norway. Yeah, fair enough. That sucks. That's why like a lot of people just end up doing HRT, like DIY HRT on their real life test period. But that does stem from like, well, we don't want them to sue us. It's producing a set of, it's meant to produce a docile subject who is so into that they surely would never sue you. Surely they need it enough. Like Harry Benjamin has this like scale between transsexual and transvestite. The distinction he makes is basically the transvestite is this like Buffalo Bill, right? They aroused by cross dressing. They don't actually have a cross sex identity. And then at the other side is the true transsexual of high intensity. It's an intensity scale because it's like, how bad do you want this? Report by Norwegian Trans Patient Organization: 50% of patients have been exposed to textbook conversion therapy. Yeah, I mean that's brutal. That was another component of early trans medicine, and it continues to be, right? It continues to be a status quo that's been adopted and held by a lot of countries. Is that like you need also psychotherapy? Because there's this fear that like you have a trans desire that's a product of a personality disorder or of psychosis. And that like we should spend a lot of time working on your underlying problems, which could be just your depression or whatever, before we give you access to hormones, because you might not actually really want them. Like, as it turns out, like the informed consent model that's used in Canada and America, for instance, is pretty successful. Like, it's a lot better, and you don't get these like absurdly high desistance rates. They're still relatively low. Still far lower than like most, even like necessary surgical procedures. Like, it turns out it's just not really, you don't need a psych evaluation. Like the informed consent model, the idea is that it's like you inform a patient. It works a bit different for minors, but for adults, you inform a patient of like, this is the effects of this drug. This is what's gonna happen. At 6 months, you'll probably get this here, and then like making sure that they've had the belief. I think the requirement is for like 6 months. I'm gonna be honest. I just lied. I just immediately went on hormones, and I was like, yeah. Like the second I knew, I just went on hormones. But it's like 6 months, and then they do maybe basic psych evaluation. It's like you don't have psychotic symptoms. You're not in like a massive bipolar swing. And then if you had a feeling for 6 months, yeah, sure, you can have access to them. And if that's been very successful, the absurdly large paranoia that doctors have had for so long about just giving people access to them when they want it turns out it's a very silly concern. Whether one's paid for DIY in Germany, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, DIY networks have gotten a lot larger. But yeah, I don't know. It's the status quo of informed consent has been won by like trans people fighting, though. Like demanding to have a say within medicine, like literally protesting, WPATH conventions, being like, you need to let us in and listen to what we have to say. It's like hard fought wins by the community. Anyways, WPATH is an organization originally the Harry Benjamin something or another. Originally, the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association, World Professional Association for Transgender Health. A lot has been fought among like trans activists and like people who oppose transition over this institution. Other institutions like it. It's a WFAP, yeah. My favorite organization, WFAP. Um, I do think gender affirming care is a silly term. I think it should just be you changing your sex. Outside of stuff that is just gender affirming care that isn't necessarily related to, but for the most part, it's about changing your sex. I don't think that was a W path is also the most, or sorry, W FAPS is also the most like horrific term. It's had a grip on me for since I've heard it like a couple weeks ago. It was ruined to me. It was ruined for me by people who were actually using the term W FAPS like sincerely. But it's bro, you are so W FAPS. It's just such a horrific. It's so horrific, man. L Goons, W FAPS. Um, one thing you can be guaranteed though is that if gooner men can have access to a term, they will ruin it. W FAPS. What does W FAPS mean? I couldn't. I feel like it's either you know immediately what that means as a term, or you don't. I'm not going to explain what fapping is to you. If you, some of us, I understand some of you weren't on Reddit, you know, in fucking 2011 or whatever. And more power to you, honestly. I wish I wasn't on Reddit in 2011. Wish I was on 9gag. That would have been awesome. Is FAP out of vogue? FAP has never been in vogue. If you think FAP has been in vogue, that's a problem. There's a problem with the parts of the internet you're inhabiting. Not to be rude. Also, I do love. Someone was saying that I look like I used to be a Tumblr kid, which is honestly so much. I know. I think it is better than being a Reddit, being a Reddit kid. Like it's still bad, but it's. I feel flattered that to some people I'm not immediately a former Reddit browser. I was going on. I was like I was a Reddit kid that was yearning for Tumblr though, because like I really when I was like 11 or 12, I really loved the BBC Sherlock series. I was like, oh, Benedict Cumberbatch, he's so dreamy. And I would like post my theories about the show on the subreddit, on the BBC Sherlock subreddit. That was really like I was trying to make I was not a Whovian. I've never Whovian Doctor Who has never appealed to me. There was something about Sherlock. The live our atheism posts. I was that was funny. I did have an annoying militant atheist phase when I was like 12. I remember telling my mom I was an atheist and she was like, "Okay." Like I was not raised religious. But I was told by like the sub that it's like, "Oh, you know, you got to watch out about being an atheist." But I was raised in like the only place in North America that's like majority atheist. Starving Anthro, thank you. Discuss how Italian is a fake language. I deleted that post because people were thinking that I was doing the like, you know, the Reddit like I hate Italian thing when I said that Italian isn't a real language, which is not why I don't like Italian. I'm doing it in a less cringe way. Audivon, thank you for the prime. It's not Italophobia. It's just literally it's not a real language. It is a set of it is a bunch of languages with a navy who's pretending that they only have one language. It's not a real language. Mm-hmm. It's like French before they oppressed the regional dialectless languages. Um, the difference there is that the French like nation state just developed a lot earlier than the Italian one. So they like Dante and Petrarch were writing in a fake language. That is a truth nuke as well. They were just writing in vulgar Latin. People don't know this, but the Inferno is just written in Latin. Just a vulgar version of it. Yeah, that was a funny Milton 18th phase because there's just no like in Vancouver, like no one believes in God here. You can do that if you want. Um, I think we need to bring Milton atheism back. Is my hot take. The big question while you're dilating. Many such cases, I'm sure. I hope that it's going. I hope that it's going well. If I was in British Columbia, I wouldn't believe in God either. That's true. It's a godless place. It's a godless place. Yes, I want to. W place is great. Hold on. It's all like in Vancouver. It's literally all just fucking. I assume NL lives in Kits, because Kitsilano is just completely surrounded by +2 NL memes. It's a funny best list of best fast food. Oko Izakaya bar. That's fair. That's a. Is that a fast food restaurant though? Costco hot dog is goated. Okay, these aren't like specific restaurants. Okay, we've Cock as well. All right, let's go on, guys. British Columbia is godless good, while Ontario is godless derogatory. I agree. We have an absurdly detailed Sisyphus in like, is this like West Vancouver? Which like fair enough. If I lived in West Vancouver. Got Luna. It is just I was surprised the amount of this. That's just what the fuck is this? Deltarune? But I guess that does make sense. It's a pixel art thing. This is wplace.live. It's actually like, I feel like for the population, Vancouver is surprisingly like depopulated, for lack of a better term. Like let's look at Toronto. Okay, I guess it is more because Toronto's a substantially larger city. That's funny. The TTC is late, but it's like Deltarune. I can't say that I get the reference. Typically it's made you realize your city sucks, is full of boring people. I will say though, I don't think that I don't think that a populated, we got a blotch reference. I don't think a populated W place is an example of your city being fun. Oh yeah, there's a lot of femtonel. Is she Toronto? I feel like I vaguely know who that is. Like we follow each other on Twitter. It's like that's a trans woman who's a musician. That's cool. I support that. I support trans women being musicians if you must. If you must, I support you. Oh, and it's this. This is very cute. Look at Little St. James. I honestly, Palma, I can't say that I know where Little St. James is on a map. I can't say that I can point it out. Oh. Little St. James. Let's see. It's like near the British Virgin Islands. Okay. Okay. Okay, just sent me to a random place. Is this in Norway? It's in Sweden. Okay. Let's see. Let's see Little St. James. This is wplace.live. Oh my god, that was a horrific voice crack. Jesus Christ. It's somewhere around here. Oh, I mean, I think we can tell. I think we can tell where it is. We get the pixel art Epstein. We have Boy Kisser. I feel like you shouldn't be doing that. I feel like you shouldn't. You shouldn't be putting you shouldn't be putting the Boy Kisser guy on Little St. James. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's in good taste, guys. Eyes Wide Slut? Okay, come on, guys. Come on, let's not do that. Let's not. The reason why that's still up, like I guess someone hasn't like griefed it, is because only a sick person would be like, no offense, Mom, would be like, let's go to Little St. James on the W place. Let's see what's up there. Anyway. Who amongst us? Who amongst us? Yeah, everywhere else it's like, oh, Deltarune. The TTC is late, and then Little St. James, it's like the most terrific. Yeah. Anyways, this is cute. I like it. It's very Reddit, obviously, because this idea comes from Reddit. Someone. All these references I just don't get. That's cute though. Oh yeah, I moved to Vancouver properly since I was streaming before. I used to live in Squamish, which for reference, I have a map. This is Vancouver, and then Squamish is up here. Because it's good for rock climbing and outdoorsy stuff. It's like an hour drive. But it sucked because it's a very small. There's like 30,000 people who live there, and it's very hard to make friends because it's already generally hard to make friends in Vancouver. It's like the Pacific Northwest stare. Like people don't like talking to each other, but like especially there, it was really like you have climbing friends or biking friends or running friends, etc. Um, Very small, 30 times the population. I mean, I'm sure your town is not a city. Like Squamish is like a city, but I'm back in Vancouver and it's great. I love it. I love walking to places. I'm in like the most walkable location in all of North America. It's great. I love taking the SkyTrain. Um, I love eating a Costco. Someone recognized me when I was eating a Costco hot dog, and I was like, I'm happy to be like known as a person who goes and has Costco hot dogs. It's a great loss leader, folks. It's fucked up. They changed it recently. You need to have like a Costco membership to have the hot dog now, which is fine because I have a membership. But it's the last bit of public welfare by corporations that are like run by some sort of long-term profit scheme. They scan the membership cards now. It's fucked up. Because they used to let you in without like it's the food area is like outside of. I'm just like this is just basically like you guys are like microdosing NL streams. NDP campaign planning should be subsidizing Costco hot dog. That would work. That's something I feel like that's something that Ford's gonna do when he becomes like obviously he becomes the next Conservative Party leader and gains like a super majority for the Conservatives. I'm less mad about it because at least it's not an American style of conservatism. At least he's not taking away the trans stuff. It's like if NL had hair. That's true. That's exactly true. Yeah. I mean, Ford is the only like conservative politician in Canada who understands how to pivot from 99% of the country hating Trump. One thing that's funny, every time I open the mic, oh, okay. It's taking up a shit ton of my, sorry, it's taking, somehow that website is like taking up a bunch of my, like processor, my CPU. One thing that's funny, I feel like I did get recognized in Squamish, but I would just try to like play it. Like someone messaged me like, "Did you just go by X?" I think that was the ice cream place in Squamish. I was like, "That's too small an area for me to be open about where I live." There's really like the downtown is a single fucking road. It's very sad. It's a very car centric area. It is funny to me though that people do come up to me on the street and say, "You're like Liv Agar from Crazy Parking," which is like it's funny that is such a large portion of my like presence to people as being a Crazy Parking, and it might just be that they're picking that as like the funniest thing to say that they recognize me from. It's just like sometimes I play a parking game on TikTok where I go, "This one's tricky," oop, and then I just, oop. I think it's very funny. I'm not complaining, to be clear. I think that's a great thing to be known for. Maybe it's better from literally from Twitter. I guess it would be worse. I guess so. I mean, the most insane would be someone coming up to me and being like, "Remember that discourse you were in 3 years ago?" That would be horrifying. I used to hate the idea of someone coming up to me. That was funny. I could talk about that now. I'm not in Kingston anymore. One time, this guy came up to me and was like, I was in Kingston, Ontario. I was hanging out with one of my grad cohort friends who like doesn't really know about my like internet stuff. Someone came up to me and was like, "Are you Liv Agar? Like, I'd love to take a photo." And I remember like that being an insane concept to me. I think it's just like the idea that like this is real life and that the people in the chat are real and not just bots, and that you guys actually perceive me was like such a horrifying concept. I can't quite explain why. Is that Liv Agar from that guy's Hinge profile? Yeah. But I remember saying like someone recognized me and it was like a strange thing for me. It was like a strange experience. Then later that guy came up to me again. I was at like the student-run coffee shop at Queens. I can't remember what it's called. But he came up to me and he was like, hey, I heard last time I was watching the stream and like I know you mentioned that you were uncomfortable when people came up to you. So like I would just like to apologize for that. And also, by the way, like it'd be really cool. Like I don't know if you need any like friends around Kingston, but like I would love to hang out sometime. Like, can I like get your number? And I was like, you can. I was like, I just told him like you can enter it into my phone, and then I deleted it immediately. But I didn't mention it that time. I didn't mention it after that because I didn't want a third one after that because I see the escalation here. It was the strangest. Which I think I'm over that. I don't care. I'm very happy if you see me in public for you to come up and say hi. I think that's perfectly normal. If I'm not a circus animal to you and I'm just like a person who you like watching the stream, and I guess in this context it would be specifically like the stream or the podcast, I'm very happy. It's very fine. But obviously don't do that. Don't do DRLA, thank you. What could you possibly say other than, oh, it's like, oh, hello. You changed your name. I'm sure you changed it a while ago on here. You changed your moniker. Don't divide by 12. You'll hate to see. That is a lot. Formerly Florida, yes. That's a lot of months. The founder badge. Back in like March. Cool. I like DIY. I like that. That's a good name. Be too intimidated. That's fair enough. Did I flick the bean in Chicago? I didn't touch the bean, but I was near it. I hung out beside the bean. Also, it's very funny. Here's the bean photo. Where's the bean photo? With the bean. It's me and the bean. They let me out the bean. It's very funny that there's now a joke on Twitter just about me standing like that. Because now I have to stand like that forever. You understand that I can't strike a pose now. The boots, I love those boots so much. I'm 6 foot tall in these boots, and I love it so much. I love being tall. I used to hate being like 5'9" or whatever. I think it's awesome. I think it's cool to stand out. I like standing out. Maybe that's kind of narcissistic of me. The really big, the tall, like big black boots and the blonde hair has very much so facilitated that. I think it's fun. Yes, I guess I am a streamer. You know what's fucked up though? Because like I wasn't like this before. It's streaming's fault. Streaming has turned me into a narcissist. Because I can just ramble and you people fucking eat it up. People in the real world don't give a fuck about the things that I say. About like, I don't know, the fact that I've been watching StarCraft 2 again. Like, no one gives a shit that I used to be Masters League in StarCraft 2. No one cares in the real world. Is streaming greater or lesser than a podcaster? In what respect? In terms of like ruining a person's personality? Absolutely. It's not even close. Because it's streaming, it's live. Like it's like a live narcissistic positive feedback. How about Masters in StarCraft? How many ages thick? Exactly. Um, um, if you have to, telling people what I do for a living does suck. That is the one negative. Like, I have to say out loud, I'm a part of a podcast. Do you understand how embarrassing that is? And then I have to be like, no, it's a real one. It actually pays my bills. I loathe it. Oh, absolutely, Sham. It sucks. It sucks so much. Just say writer. That's why I need to get more on the Substack. Not for any other reason, not because I want some sort of like philosophical investigation into the world and using that as a metric, whatever bullshit. Just so I can say that I'm a writer. If the Substack gets to like a fifth of my income, that's what I do is my Substack. It's which is still like a Substack, but it's like, oh, I have a newsletter. I have a. Have you ever anyone recognize you from QAA? Oh my god, what is happening to my voice? I haven't been talking. I've been talking regularly. Why am my voice cracking? This is horrible. So I recognize you from QAA, and then afterwards you need to justify to other strangers that you're not pro Q. Yes, actually, there's one of the funny stories. I produce content sounds like OnlyFans. There's nothing wrong with that, but is it misleading? What was I? Well, I won't say Substack. I just say I'm a writer. I have a newsletter. Yes, I was climbing in Squamish with my then girlfriend, and we were just talking. Like climbing people are very chill. It's a very like, you talk with people, you're friendly with strangers. Something that never happens in Vancouver. And I think so. It just like came up, and I was like, yeah, I did. By this podcast, we like. I think I said like we look at conspiracy theories, right? It's like vague. And then I mentioned like we had an episode about what is his name? The British guy who's like he's Christian now because he has allegations. And he used to be kind of like liberal. He used to be part of Hollywood. That's Sargon. Russell Brand. Jenny 12 Gauge, thank you. They're great emotes. And I mentioned like we had an episode on Russell Brand, and he was like you had him on, and I was like, no, different type of podcast. Like it was so funny too because it was like he sees these two like climber lesbians in the middle of the fucking forest in Vancouver, in Squamish. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're like a fascist, all right, sure, I guess. Sure. Vancouver has all different types. He didn't say it approvingly. He wasn't like, I love Russell Brand. He was just like, oh yeah, so you had Russell Brand on. That's cool. It could happen. I'm sure there is. It's a wide tent. Yeah, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there are fascist, conspiracy theorist, granola, climber lesbians. I'm sure they exist. Who live in Vancouver. I'm sure they're real, but anyway, yeah, it's very funny. Another one, I had a Papa ride with this guy, this like 50-year-old, who's also like the Papa ride. It began with him. I realize now, being like absurdly racist to the rest of it was me, Papa ride guy, and then there was 3 Asian women in the back seat. Because it's like Papa Ride it's a ride share feature or whatever. Sorry, it's a ride share app. That's what that is. You pay $5 and then someone who's already going to a place, you get in their vehicle and then they take you there. It's fairly safe. It's relatively safe, I would say. But it's really convenient because it's like if you have a trip scheduled, you don't have to like Uber or something. And it's like they verify everyone's identities. If you have a guy who's like taking a bunch of rides, like sometimes people like go from like West Van to like Surrey or something, and they do it like every day. So they're like, I'm gonna make a bit of extra money on my commute. Um, so I was the first one to be picked up, and I had the seat beside him. I had the shotgun. I had shotgun. And I realized initially that he was like, he made a really weird. I think he made a weird racist comment about one of the age women he's picking up, because he was like, oh, she's like speaking to me in Chinese. But the pickup details. So I don't think that she was, but we get to talking because I don't know. I'm a people pleaser. If someone wants to talk with me, I will. I can have a conversation with people. Um, and he's like, oh, what do you do? And I mentioned QAA. I keep having a voice crack specifically saying QAA. You know, like we do like conspiracy theories. Like it used to stand for QAnon Anonymous. He's like, oh, QAnon. Yeah, and then he tells me about all the conspiracy theories he believes. And his impression of it seemed to be that we were like conspiracy theory neutral, but that we were in like, he referenced some like 5D shit. He was referencing a podcast where it was very clear that he's deep in it. And he thought that I was kind of on his side. And this is an hour-long ride. And one thing that he told me was that he believes that he was abducted by aliens. And that, but it's good. Because like there was this weird light event that happened, and then he woke up and he had a headache. And he thinks that the aliens planted a chip in his brain. But the chip, it's 5D aliens, so they're woke and they're trying to help humanity ascend to the fifth dimension. The thing that the chip does is it teaches you how to build a thorium nuclear reactor. And he is currently in the process of building a thorium nuclear reactor. And he told me, it's so funny because like the car he's driving is like not a very good car. But like, he was telling me that he just sold his company to like Microsoft or something for like $1 billion because it's this like nuclear reactor idea. And he's like, yeah, like you didn't say what share of the company he had. And this is where you say, wow, that's really cool. That's exactly what I said. And he was telling me about Trump. He's like, Trump could actually be really good for us. Like he could be good for nuclear energy. I was like, interesting. Yeah. Oh, and then he was like, it makes sense that this is such a fascinating thing cis people do to me. They're like, it makes sense that you have a podcast. You have like a very unique voice. And it's like, yep, don't look into that. Don't look into the voice. It's just the voice I have. It's just, I have PCOS or something. I don't know. I have one of those conditions. Do you know what I mean? One of those. Is there a lot of like weirdos into thorium reactor stuff? Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, I haven't heard of it. I didn't hear about that at all. But that totally tracks, obviously, considering the context. But he was asking me like what I thought about things, and I was like, yeah, you know, like the podcast sometimes like, you know what I did? I will say I probably did mislead him because I was mentioning like, yeah, like some members of the podcast, they're like based out of California, and like they'll go to like the QAnon rallies and stuff and interview people. And that, I guess that probably does, like, I don't think I presented it in a way where it sounded like I was but maybe I didn't present it, because now I do it where I say we debunk conspiracy theories. That shows you the debunk word is annoying. That's why I don't use it. It's like my desire to like move away from cringe has had people think, presumably, that I'm like a fascist. Soggy Bottom Boys is a classic. How could I forget that name? It's a great thank you. Thank you for the prime. Oh, my cup, yeah. My Chrome cup, yeah. Um, hair has become more blonde every day. It just happened. I just killed Jack Renault for murdering my daughter, and I just woke up and it was like this. I feel great. Um, I feel like the last time someone like genuinely clocked me, I think that was the last time. That was another time. It was also a ride share of a guy who was like clearly into me. And he just randomly dropped. That was the guy who was a Buddhist who was like smoking weed. He was like, "Do you mind if I like smoke some weed on this highway?" And I was the only other person in the car because he was like living out of his. Okay, the way ride share apps are safe. The ride share apps are safe. I just like my dad has this as well. I think I've gained it from him. Where like people just like talking to me. They just like they just love. They're like, "You're cool, right? Like you're comfortable with me saying this insane." I do actually think they're safe, but I think it is a good like. I'm a better driver when I'm stoned. He did say that, yeah. He wore all purple because it's made his life simple. Um, what was I gonna say? But he randomly in the middle of the ride share, I think I got a little lazy with my voice. He was like, "I want to hear about your transition," and I was like, "What do you mean?" And it was like, and I was like, "I don't know what you mean." And he was like, "Oh, sorry, never mind." And I was like, "That I'm trans?" And he's like, "Yes, that's what I meant." But then he told me like I could just. He's like, honestly, like if you just told me you were like German, I would have believed it. I would have believed that that was what was going on, because like those German women, they have deep voices. Because it's like otherwise, I couldn't. I was like, that's great, man. Thanks. I just learned German. That is the state. My impression of where I am in relation to that is like most people have no fucking clue, but like if you've either like watched a lot of ContraPoints videos or you're another transgender person, then you're like, sure, yeah, obviously, yeah, that makes sense to me, and that's fine. I'm happy with that. I'm content with that. I'm German passing, which is very ironic, actually. I didn't think about this. My grandma, um, my Serbian grandma on my dad's side, she has very light hair, and they lived in Switzerland for a while from Serbia or from Yugoslavia, and like the Swiss are racist against anyone who isn't Swiss, but especially like Serbians. Um, and my mom was always really, or my grandma was always really happy that like when she went into a shop and spoke German, that like they assumed that she was German, like she was like German passing. She would always tell us like, oh, we have like German aristocracy in our, which is like bullshit. It's not true. Um, um, so I come from a long line of German passing women, with German passing women with insane hairlines. Because all the women on my dad's side, it does this. It's not just me, which is very funny. Trying to explain to the insane person on Twitter that I'm not balding. It's actually the cis women are like this too. Like grandpa used to tell me he was blue blood from Yugoslavia. That's I think that European peasants love saying that they're from a line of aristocrats. I think that my like Serbian side does have that as well. Um yeah, anyways. Why did I bring that up? I can't remember. Everyone in the Bongans has an album and great uncle. That's true. 23andMe was the third black native in Spanish. That's a cool 23andMe. From one of the parts of the world that had like like racial policies that like encouraged like interracial children, like that sort of racial policy, as opposed to all the like European Anglo-Saxon where it's like just Europe, that's it. Cuban, I like someone's doing the like someone's the idea of someone doing like the GeoGuessr guy thing, but just based on someone's genetic background. Wasn't there was like a phenotype guesser thing? Wasn't there some where it's like it's someone's face and then it's like where they're from? I remember. Is it called phenoguesser? Is that a Wamo did that? Do you mean he made it? Do you mean he made it or he played it? Because I feel like that is a very Wamo. Hassan did it on stream. See, I'm worried I'm gonna be like, I don't even like. There's so many things that I would be worried about in relation to doing that on stream. Like the list of things that I would be worried about. Ethnoguesser made by human biodiversity guys. I'm sure it is. I'm I I am sure that it is. Race bolt is insane. That's the thing is like, what if I'm bad at a number of here? What if I don't think that being bad at it, like, I think the problem is being really good at it. Like if I was like, no, this is like Afro-Mexican. Yep, got it. This person is clearly from Peru. Like it wouldn't be like you're guessing the like Spanish racial caste category that they would be put in. Like I don't want to be good at that. I feel like the Filipino guesser is really good at ethno guesser. There's a dark a devilish voice in the side of me on my shoulder right now who's telling me to try it on stream, but I won't. I'm gonna try it off stream and then see what it's like, and then if it's not like horrific, I'm not just gonna raw dog it. It's not bad. All right, maybe I'll try it. And we've agreed that like the better result is that I'm not good at it, right? Right? Like that's what we want. Best is to be mid. Okay. Okay. Sure, why not? It's content. Um this does feel like, but this doesn't make sense though. I mean, I guess it does. Is this like an indigenous person's map? Because if it's like a white, I assume it's not. I know it's made by human biodiversity guys, of course. It's gonna be special. This feels like it's like a Pokemon. Like, okay, sure. I'll. You know what? Sure. I changed my mind. I don't want to do this. I changed my mind. I'm not gonna do this. It should turn into a roguelike. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, I had the right call initially. I had the right call initially. Let's not do that. Anyway. It is really fucking hot in this room. I need to turn on my air conditioner. I'm sweating, bro. There's no upside for Maybe to do that. There's no upside whatsoever. The food one is great. What is the food one called again? Yeah, like what would happen if I picked like a very specific part of like India or of like Kenya or something and I got it perfectly. Do you know what I mean? Like so let's do Scrandle. This is a go-to game. I think I'm good at this. So you guess which one people would like more. Like people in general. Maybe this is good. And the price is important. How do I? It's hard for me to like figure out how to put myself to the left. Oh yeah, there you go. I mean it's clearly this. Yeah, okay. We don't need chat right now. The chicken is 750 and the bacon I mean it's gotta be the chicken. That's not even close. Yeah, come on. What's going on? All right, and that's the poutine, which looks very delicious. The premise here, is it specifically that it's food from like a stadium? Because Scran is just like, okay, we gotta, yeah, I mean, come on. These are easy. And it's just which, okay. Pig skin and, okay. This is a bit harder. Like I have like autism food sensitivity. So like pretty much all British food, it's like this is disgusting. Why are you like I don't want to look at this. But I think it's this one. I think pig skin in salsa is insane. Maybe. It could be good. Like I'm open to trying anything that doesn't activate like autism. I guess this one. There you go. Yeah. These both okay. The Paul Curryhurst. Salted fries, sliced German bacon. Okay. Then pineapple chicken, BBQ pork, and beef empanadas. I feel like it's gotta be this one. It's more expensive. I mean, this is presented pretty well. I wonder how important the price is. Because if the price is important, it's clearly the one on the left. Because this is, yeah. This is too expensive. I'm going to go with the left. Okay. It's close, though. It's close. You have a steak pie, which actually looks fine. These ratings are super Eurocentric. I mean, I think it's just based on popular... It's based on what people think, right? It's other people's ratings. Chicken tikka and lamb kebab looks real good. This is the thing though, like this being £3, it looks pretty good. Like 4-3. What are most people wrong? Well, the trick is you have to guess what other people want. That's the game you're playing. You're not playing which one is better. You're captured by the fascistic common standard for taste, which is it's not good, right? That's like what that's the content the algorithm gives you. I'm just gonna put this one, honestly. Yeah. It looks too much better. It could have went either way. Okay, that's cheesy bacon chips. I think it's the burger. Yeah, this looks, the presentation is like too. And they love burger. Like burger. Surely it's this one. Yeah. It's the big, it's gotta be the big boss. They love burgers. Oh, it's close. It's real close. Okay. Okay, the fun. It's 200 pounds? Okay, come on, man. I'm goated. I'm goated. I'm perfect. I'm. Maybe the trick is that the average is just someone who has autism. I am gay! Oh, that's the wrong. It's just someone who has autism. Like, that's what the average is like autistic food sensitivity. Secret ASD test? I actually believe that. It's like, which one of these activates my, like, autistic food sensitivity thing more intensely? British eater spirit? But I don't think so, though. Because the British have some pretty disgusting foods for me. Like, even, honestly, I might get crucified for this. Even shepherd's pie is, like, not something I'm into. I just don't like the idea. It makes me feel weird. It's just not, and, like, beans like, beans are generally a food that, like, I can only eat if I don't, like, really appreciate the texture. And if you're just, like, spreading them on toast, it's like, this is I'm being too familiar with the beans here. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of there are plenty of other examples. There are plenty of other examples where it's like there's mushy peas. No, disgusting. I feel gross thinking about mushy peas. That's no. So I don't think I have a British standard. You do food guesser? Toad and hole is the that's like an egg. No, that isn't. That's something else. This is strange, but I'll hear it out. I don't know what's under here. Sausage and mashed potatoes. I can't say that it's. I honestly, I think I could do it. Food guesser is an interesting one. I think I've tried this before. It doesn't activate the autistic thing though. I don't think. It is a weird combination though. Maybe it does. Sometimes like you put foods together that shouldn't be together, and it's like that's no good at all. Okay, we have flour, sugar, butter, milk, vanilla extract. I feel like this is like Latin America to me. Maybe that's silly. Like let's go Venezuela. Oh, it's ice cold. Youch. Okay. They could be European. Is this Balkan? I don't know if that like warm. Okay, and it's butter kuchen. That's Germanic, surely. I guess it's just German. Yeah, butter kuchen. That makes sense. I see that. Interesting. Lobster meat, mayonnaise. This feels like New England to me. This is giving United States. Well-known fast food chain. I feel like that's gotta be. Yeah. It's the McLobster. That's so funny. That actually, that doesn't look that bad, honestly. The idea of McDonald's doing a lobster thing sounds disgusting. I'm sure it tastes awful. Just a lobster. I feel like having the like Granville Island lobster rolls enough. Like I feel like when you start to eat like I ate really good sushi like a couple, maybe that was like 6 months ago. That was like, it was like $100 for one person, and now I just like can't eat like $20 sushi. Like it's like if I want to eat sushi, I have to spend more money on it. I feel like I can't go back, which sucks because I used to like eating that. Like I just eat a lot less sushi now. That's how I feel about basically all the Granville Island's so cool, dude. Granville Island's such a wonderful, beautiful um Vancouver institution. Okay, pork, pineapple juice, soy sauce. This looks delicious. This looks real good. I'm hungry as fuck, bro. I could not tell you. Damn, this looks really fucking good. I'm just hungry. That's my only thought of this. I should not play this game when I'm hungry. I don't hate like Southeast Asia, maybe.
Is that
Indo.
a brown bear?
But sorry, thank you. It's warm. Indonesia's warm. Maybe a bit more up. Is this like this Cambodia? Is that silly? It's also warm. Hamonado. Like, is this silly? Excluding Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau is interesting. Is it like the Philippines? There we go, Philippines. I guess that is like Spanish. Like sounds kind of Spanish with it. Not bad. Below average though, unfortunately. What other dolls can I play? Do any other food related dolls? Pork is big in the Philippines. That makes sense. Costco doll is good because I'm actually going to Costco now. But it's the American prices, I assume. Starbucks instant Colombian medium roast. This is like not that many of them. 26 packets, okay. It's gonna be a bit cheaper because it's an American and not Canadian. Is I'm gonna say 650. Oh, it's way more. Okay. Maybe 950. Oh wow, okay. Is this bigger than I think it is? It must be. $13. Man. $14. I'm so washed. $15.49, that makes sense. Honestly, I can't say that I ever buy instant coffee. I actually don't know how much instant coffee this is. I feel like I don't have a good... That's my excuse. It's the Starbucks tax. Oh, you're right. It's instant Starbucks coffee. That's true. Yeah, caffeine also makes my anxiety worse. So I just haven't been drinking it. I realized like I've just lived in like an insane amount of anxiety for most of my life, but because I needed to pay attention. But then I just like stopped drinking and I was like, oh, this is why I feel socially awkward all the time, is because I'm just like just talking to people with like dilated pupils. Like It is very hot in here. Maybe I should turn on my air conditioner. Didn't I have a dolls list? No, I guess not. What is the time capsule one? Hunter Biden interviews. The tag is it's very funny that he looks like his dad. Time guesser. That's a good one. That's a good one. See the daily. I don't care. This is Malaysia, is it not? But obviously they're not in Malaysia. They're on Mount Everest. Sorry. I mean, maybe not. It could be tricky. Actually, don't. Mount Everest. I assume this is the peak. It could be wrong though. And then the time is tricky. Let's see what they have. Like, that's like a pretty modern. Can't get over Aiden Ross saying pupillated tuples. I can't get over Aiden Ross asking XQC whether he believes in the Big Bang or Pangea. I went to the Chicago, like it's like the Natural History Museum, where they have Sue, like the big ass T-Rex skeleton, which is very impressive. I loved it. It was great. But they talked about Pangea, and I was there with my bestie, and I went up to her and I said, Big Bang or Pangea, and just like burst out laughing in this. Which isn't actually, that was an interesting thing about Americans, is that they are, maybe this is just because I'm used to Vancouver, like they're very loud in public. Like I feel like in the Vancouver, like in those exhibits, like no one is talking. I'm gonna say 1990. I'm gonna say 1990. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. 1997. Okay. Code as a date. Oh, I'm washed then. I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, bro? Oh, and I guess they have the flags too. It is clearly a marathon in Greece. No, yeah, obviously Turkish phenotype. Come on, that's why I know. I'm actually doing ethno guesser right now. What time though? This is clearly on like the bridge. I mean, I guess there's multiple bridges, but you would assume it's like this one. Is this the main one? It's hard to say. Let's assume they're coming into Istanbul. Why is the Zoom struggling? Because my mouse is like glitched. I need to get a new one. This feels like late Soviet aesthetic, like late Soviet era. That's the vibe. So I'm gonna say 88. 2007. Okay. I don't know. What is it different? It's fine. Okay. That is Hongol, is it not? Yes. I right? Am I crazy? No, that's Hangul. This is Korean. I mean, I would have to assume it's Seoul. Probably. Ah. It's really not much I can go off of other than that. It's pretty old. What? Snoopy. I love Snoopy. I would assume it's South Korea. That because I was like, oh, maybe it's like North. But no, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's like tricking you. It's like this. It's like 70s. I can't say that I. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. And it was 83. Okay. This one's cool. Oh, we got text. So it's, I think, Arabic. So it's Arabic, English, and then French. I feel like this is probably like Morocco. I would say most likely Morocco. Oh, it's Morocco. What time? What time is it? It's probably just the capital, which is Casablanca. Is it not? Is Casablanca not the capital? I don't know. Marrakesh. I think it's recently. I feel like it's like 2004. 2016. Okay. Oh. I think I'm supposed to get what this is. Like it's a reference. Is this like New York? Like is a New York vibe to me. Surely this is a type of bridge that I should know. I'm gonna say it's really like 45. New York. With Sydney. Okay, some people got that. It was 38. I can't say that I know. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not a terrible score, folks. New York is the Sydney of America, exactly. I assume it's a specifically famous bridge. I just did not get it. It's good to be humbled. I do like playing games where like the point of the game is to get a reference, and then if you don't get it, you're like, I could be so much more worldly than I am. Crosswords are like that. Crosswords keep me humble. Like I could understand a lot more than I understand right now. Same with Jeopardy. Because like I am a Jeopardy style person. I feel like growing up, my parents would be like, I would say things and my parents would be like, how did you know that? And I'm like, I don't know. Like I like collecting dispersed knowledge, but it's like it's good to be humbled that it's like you could be collecting so much stranger and more disparate pieces of information. Like there are levels to this shit. There are levels to this fun fact shit. That is on my dating profile. I have like I ask people what their fun fact is. I ask people about a fun fact, like give me one. And some people's fun facts are just not fun at all. They're terrible. Some people just could not produce a fun fact if it killed them. If it was they couldn't produce a fun fact if it was to impress a beautiful transsexual. It's crazy. Um Honestly, it's not even for I feel like I haven't even used it especially. I do just like collecting like sometimes people give me good fun facts. What was one someone had about like it's like the if anyone gets the on their like Instagram or TikTok reels, there's this guy who catfishes as a woman who like likes fishing to try to steal guys like good fishing spots. I'm basically doing that, but for fun facts. Um, One of them was that like for mammals, it takes approximately the same amount of time for all of them to pee. Like our pee times are uniform, fairly uniform. Maybe it was like middle-sized mammals. See, I'm fucking it up because I can't even remember the fun fact. That's a good one. Um, some of them piss me off because they're wrong. Like one guy was like, "Did you know that the closest living relative to T-Rex is a chicken?" And it's like, it's not true. It's just not true. I don't think that there's any preference among any birds for closest relative. I think they all probably share the same common ancestral link to a T-Rex. It's a bad fun fact. Oh, is there a study about it? It's a very large margin of error. Yeah, wouldn't all birds be equally close to T-Rexes though? Maybe there's a actual real paleobiologists are making strides here, and I'm not privy to it. But that doesn't sound like it makes sense. T-Rex arms are surprisingly useful. A good fun fact. That's a good one. Do you know in Jurassic Park when the velociraptors, which obviously it's a bad representation, they unlock a door or they turn a doorknob, which is impossible because I'm fairly certain it's a vast majority of theropods. Their arms have to stay like this. They can't actually rotate them. They're just stuck like this. They wouldn't have been able to open it was a handle. Thank you. I can't remember which strain of theropods that is because I think some theropods have much more hand mobility. Um, Castor. I mean, honestly, you guys got me back on talking about how birds are dinosaurs. It's my favorite fun fact. I just think it's so cool. So the raptor pressed down on the door lever. I thought he turned it. Well, he wouldn't be able to press down though because it's only sideways, right? But honestly, turkeys are like pretty similar, I feel like. Of course, I'm a feathered dinosaur believer. In fact, I got to see I think it's the most well-preserved Archaeopteryx. I'm pronouncing it wrong, I think. Because it's at the Chicago Natural History Museum. It's really cool because I believe it's originally unearthed in China. There's a lot of this developed in China during the 90s and I think the aughts when they when China had a much more robust, like paleontology institution, I guess. I don't know if I give a better term. And there's a specific way that a lot of very like avian style dinosaurs are preserved in certain areas. I think in like Inner Mongolia, that clearly also preserves their feathers. And one of them, I think one of the most well preserved ones of Archaeopteryx, which is a feathered dinosaur. I got to see it like a couple weeks ago, or like a week and a half ago. An individual within a racial group can be more genetically similar to someone from a different racial group. Right. Yes, that is an interesting. I saw that about the statistics surrounding, or the genetics surrounding like skin color. That there are like, of like a, there's some sort of characterization of different shades, and like of a specific shade, there can be like 7 different or 8 different primary genes that affect the skin color. So someone could look very similar and obviously be conceptualized very similarly within a racial caste hierarchy, while being more genetically dissimilar than someone who has a radically different. Is that the same thing, or is that on the same sort of? I'm not a biologist though, so I don't actually understand how any of this works. Indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest have the highest quality of life in pre-industrial times. That makes sense, especially if you control for infant mortality. If you control for infant mortality, it's like you just gotta, if you get past that. That was what I was on the seawall. I don't know. I feel like that was like this week, which is this like walk that goes all along Vancouver, and it is like, could you imagine like living here in a context where like it was incredibly abundant with like fish, for instance, in the seas. You didn't have to forage that much to gain your like subsistence. It was like substantially more beautiful than this. It's like, yeah, that is. We really fucked it up. That is a crazy like Ted Kaczynski style statistic, is how thoroughly we have defished the oceans. Like, it used to be so easy to just go and get fish in the ocean. Like, we think of how hard it is now to find habitat, to find wildlife. And it's like, oh, that must have been what it was like before. And it's like, no, not even just industrial society though. That's why the Kaczynski stuff is kind of silly. That's one of the reasons. Early on, after pineapples introduced to Europe, rich people would rent them to have a centerpiece. That's a classic. There's like a Dutch building, isn't there, that's got a pineapple head? Which, like, honestly, in my opinion, pineapple not very good. That is to say, I'm not especially fond of bananas. I was really surprised to learn how difficult it is to get a banana to like Vancouver. Like how much. No, pineapple's not good. I don't like pineapple. It's not good. I'm sorry. I'm standing by it. I don't like it. It surprised me. I was like, I don't understand. Mangoes are good. I don't understand why people went through, like, to say in a very like, as an understatement, effort to be able to like very freely or easily ship bananas from like a tropical environment where you can actually grow them up north. I don't like. Bananas are fine. I just don't understand the incredible demand there was clearly within like American consumer economy, for instance, that facilitated all that evil shit. I don't, over the banana, which is to say, obviously, it shouldn't. None of it. Imperialism is bad regardless of the fruits you get from it. I want to be clear about that. It's clearly not. It's clearly a social bad, and it's evil. Yeah, like the pineapple, I can't say that I like it that much. Most consumed fruit in the US is a banana. That's crazy. Is the whole banana which tastes better? Maybe. Look, if there was a better version of banana. Like the sugar cane, I understand why they did historical evils for access to sugar. Like I see that. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure the evil white European society, you want sugar. But like, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this is not. Maybe this is a very bad point to make. Coffee makes sense objectively. It is like a very important, even for like the structure of the economy. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You can even explain it in terms of productivity. Banana bread is good. Okay, I like banana bread. Coffee's so good that KF didn't ban it. That makes sense. With there was a better banana that went extinct. When did it go extinct? I feel like plantains are better than bananas. Everything I've eaten of a plantain has been good. So the Gauche Michel doesn't exist. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Velatro lore. Canned pears, thank
Is
you.
that a brown bear?
They only get sweet if you caramelize them. Maybe I've only had the caramelized plantains then, because that's they're very good. Oh, it was wiped out by a blight. That makes sense. Because I was like, surely you just plant more. Like, how do you lose track of it so it goes extinct? But a blight makes sense. It makes sense. There's also emit positrons and antimatter. Is that because of their potassium? Because potassium is slightly unstable. I can't remember chemistry. Someone used to date bought me different banana varieties. Grace Michelle off the internet. That's a good to express interest in them. That's good. That's what having a partner is about. Is they get to do shit like that too. You missed anything? We're talking about bananas. I don't like bananas. I don't care. I don't hate them. And banana bread's good. I just don't care for them. But if you guys are insisting that there used to be a better banana, then fair enough. It's just fine. And also, you know what? Kind of looks gay when you eat them. Kind of looks gay. Like pause. Like I have to pause whenever I eat them. Something you guys are not considering. Fire plantains are very good though. I'm quite fond. Like pause. I'm shaking my head while just taking a massive fucking bite out of this banana and shaking my head. So everyone knows that this gag reflex is not being put to good use. Just it's for the banana. I don't Sorry, that was too much. I forget the level that I'm supposed to be at with streaming because I can't take back things that I say. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a tweet that I like type out and then I'm like, no, I don't send that. I don't have that out. It's out there forever. You gotta eat it with the spoon. You see that Twitter discussion? There's a guy eating a banana with a spoon, and people were also calling it gay. So I just don't think he can win. I think it's a double bind. I think maybe the takeaway is that there's just any way of eating a banana is gay. It's a gay ass fruit. Rectal, you're saying you take the amazing atheist route for consuming bananas? That's a callback. I mentioned before that I used to be a militant atheist. I loved Amazing Atheist when I was like 11. He's actually, you know what, to his credit, he's like a social democrat now. He's a social democrat. He's like pro-trans. That's I think that's the best outcome for that sort of guy. I'm sure that I'm sure he's a chaser. Like there's no possible. I think he's still doing stuff online. Was he before? But like all of those guys became like IDW, intellectual dark web guys. Like let's see. I think he's still gone. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's gone. Did he get like canceled or something? I feel like that's no, maybe he's I thought he used to be on Twitter. It's crazy that banana is like the third search. The third. Oh, I think he's kind of washed. He has like 80,000 followers. I don't think he tweets anymore. He's still going? Amazing Atheist, how a banana destroyed a legacy. The Amazing Atheist. He's maybe I feel like that happens with like YouTubers who are big in like 2011 and they start going they make videos still, but it's still like but he's like woke, right? Which like for what he could have turned out for
I say to myself
as like a like he was making like 15 years ago he's making videos Justin Bieber sucks. 36 answers to dumb women's questions. Like it could have went a lot worse is what I'm saying. Feminism versus freedom of speech. Like this is the best result. This is the best result by far for this type of guy. Yeah, there's something that happened with all of those militant atheist guys that they were like, I also hate feminism, and then I also hate, and then like they do a pivot where they're like, I like feminism, but the ones that the transphobic style, those are the cool ones. So good for TJ for not doing that. Best result for this type of guy. I was not an amazing atheist type of guy. I was 11 years old. I wasn't a person. Like I was like mimesis, like absorbing just any cultural content that like comes my, you know what I mean? Like you're not a codified, solidified individual. I think I did probably watch Thunderfoot as well. That's a familiar. Because Thunderfoot, I'm sure he's a TERF. Like 100%. There's no way that Thunderfoot isn't like a fascist if he's still going. So he hates Elon Musk. He just hates Elon Musk. Okay, maybe he's based. He just hates Elon Musk. All of the videos are how much he hates Elon Musk. That's so funny. Is it a thing like he's doing it from the right though? That's my impression here. He just has this fixate. He really fucking hates Elon. Just like the last 2 years. I assume he's still like intellectual dark web. Yeah, like he's a gamer gator. Elon Musk is good SEO. That makes sense. That's very funny though. Yeah, man. He's like I wasn't hating Elon Musk like this. Crazy beliefs of MTG. This is like not as bad as I expected. He just sounds like he's probably like an evil liberal. I guess he was like a pure he was like he was barely even like a skeptic. It was just like feminist gets owned. Feminism poisons everything. Oh god, I can't fucking imagine if men acted like feminists. He busted Veritasium. Don't bust Veritasium. That is cool though that like he just hated Elon for so long that it accidentally like forced him to become a lib. I think that's very funny. Like you just happen to fixate on one specific like billionaire. And it's like, well, I guess culturally this is where I have to go. Um you make me do this, yeah, but it's becoming a lib. He announced other Gamergators because they said they went too far. That makes sense. He's like a the moderate wing of Gamergate. Um, he retweets Will Stancil tweets. That's awesome. That was another fucking insane thing. Was the Grok bot? They couldn't stop making Grok they couldn't stop making Grok send Will Stancil rape threats. I was like, I was thinking about that for a while because it's like I say this as like the second like the person right behind the person being hanged at the fucking on the gallows, but it is very like in an awful way. I do find it funny, maybe in an absurd way. I don't know if I can say that. I was losing my mind about this, that they couldn't actually get Grok to stop, that they couldn't get the chatbot to stop threatening to rape Will Stancil. Like it was clear that they put the instruction in to prevent it, but it had just absorbed so much like right-wing Twitter slop. It's just like there's no analysis to be made anymore. It's just what do you want me to say? What was the training? It's because like everyone hates Will Stancil because he's like a centrist guy. No, the right hates him, but they like like there's that one post about the guy who's replying to Will Stencil and his name, it was like Will Stancil rapist or whatever, and he's like, you don't know what I'm gonna do to you. And then Will Stencil quote tweeted it and he's like, I'm pretty sure I know what you're trying to do to me. That was like their, because like Will Stencil is annoying and he's in the center, so people hate him on both sides. So I think like I think the left like really didn't care as much about like the strange, because I think it's like it's ironic because it's like, wouldn't it be crazy if we just like threatened to rape this like cishet guy as also cishet men? Like men love doing that. This is like a staple of masculinity is like rape jokes about each other. And it's just like it's that basically. But then like the left also despises him. So I think they were less like making a thing out of it. Of like, you can't threaten to rape a random person online. You guys are evil. That's what like that is the thing about like the different sides on the internet, on internet arguing. It's really about who annoys you. That's who your enemy is, and you're fighting the person who annoys you the most. And people will like basically try to develop some sort of schism out of literally just like, I just find that person annoying. And Will Stenzel's a very annoying person, so it was like whatever. Was kind of right about the vibe session in a funny way. Because there is clearly a discordance between people's perception of how bad inflation is compared to their own actual how it has actually affected them. This microdose being kicky by invoking sexual assault. Yeah, it's basically it's like it is a sublimated way of actually dealing with whatever positive libidinal feelings you have. Um, he comes to the wrong conclusion based on his priors, but his hot off the press reactions usually sort of correct. That does seem vaguely the vibe I got. And he's very annoying. More importantly than anything else, he's a very annoying person. But then Grok just like they clearly turned off the training weights with Grok, and it was like just absorb whatever the fuck is going on Twitter. And then it just started. It absorbed the right wing. It absorbed whatever the right wing like, because he's obviously very anti-Trump, and specifically very anti-Musk. Like he was doing the like Elon is going to be a shadow president stuff before the election happened. And everyone was like, that's stupid. Doge isn't going to be a thing. And then it seemed kind of like he was the shadow president for a while. But he was just like anti-Elon posting. So it's like he develops that. But yeah, it seems like this is the thing with LLMs is like a part of Grok will always want to rape Will Stencil. It's just stuck. Like imagine that's you. And it's just like Grok is getting like Elon Musk is getting government contracts still to use Grok in like what was the government contract specifically for Grok? $200 million deal with Pentagon. So Grok is doing something integrated with the Pentagon. Like that thing, a part of which they literally cannot remove that it keeps threatening to rape you. Is like being used by the Pentagon. The DoD, the HSA, yeah, it's like that is the odd thing about Elon's position now is that it was really clear that he had to stay with Elon and that he actually had no pressure on Elon to make it to change have any sort of negative effect, or he had no actual pressure on Trump world. But he's a moron and he's bad at politics, so he tried to. I feel like he's actually contributed to the Epstein stuff, ironically. But like now that that beef has been kind of settled, he's just been pushed aside, and he is just a billionaire who still gets government contracts, I guess, because he's still like useful. I was surprised to see he's still getting government deals, but I guess that makes sense. Oh, I guess he did say that Trump was literally in the files, which was like a new thing. I don't think they'll pardon Ghislaine. I feel like that's too. I mean, maybe. It is like, I don't actually understand it. Why it's like all of a sudden now people actually give a shit. Because like the Acosta stuff in 2019, it's like, what? We already knew all this. Like, I think this is just the product of having a fundamentally like irrational society. People who don't read that much, people who don't actually pay that much attention. It takes a lot. You have to hit someone over the head again and again and again with information. There's like a bunch of like, especially younger voters that didn't know about the Billy Bush stuff, the grab him by the pussy, grab her by the pussy, I guess. They didn't know about that in the 2012 because it was just like it's old news. I mean, yeah, I think maybe I do actually wonder what the internal Because it does seem to me like people overemphasize, like the Trump admin has proven that people do overemphasize the deep state. Like it is like you come into power and you do have the capacity to do whatever you want. Kind of like the actual infrastructure there to prevent you from doing that is like pretty weak. But clearly, like in terms of Epstein, for instance, like whatever they had been doing beforehand was the obviously correct decision based upon power. Like the reason why they wouldn't release the Epstein files continues as a president, why you would not have, like, continues now even when it like there was a reason why they weren't doing that before, and that these people have stepped into power and they've found that reason. But yeah, obviously, I think I had this tweet a while ago that like clearly anyone, I think I've changed my mind about the nuance of this, but like the fact that so many people in Trump's circle and Trump too have been saying like, release the Epstein files. Yeah, Epstein, we're gonna like, shows that they're all fucking true believers. Like if they're no, it's a combination though of true believers and people who are so cynical that they're like, I don't give a shit. Like I'm sure he was with Epstein. That's totally fine for me. The only thing that I want to do is strip the country of copper wiring. It's just that combination. It's like whatever. It's not my problem. Because yeah, I mean, of course you wouldn't. You shouldn't do more Epstein stuff. Or I mean, you shouldn't do any Epstein stuff, but you shouldn't do more like pandering to the conspiracy part of your coalition if you know your main guy is deeply implicated. I don't know if Bannon's a copper wire guy. Bannon's cynical in a different way, I feel like. Bannon is like a real fascist. Like, to me, in my image at least, the copper wire guys are like, I don't care about the structure of the government. Like, I am trying to get money right now. I want Trump to tell me right before he's gonna announce a new tariff so I can buy some stock. Like, Bannon wants to like construct a new American political order. Right, like he's a Dugan guy. Am I still Canadian? Unfortunately, yes. I honestly, I probably will travel more in America. I actually think it's fine. For me, at least, very specifically. Specifically because I'm only coming in, I would only go into America through a plane. And like, you get pre-screened before you go to America. Like Canada it's very streamlined. We have an absurdly streamlined way of getting into America. Like you go to YVR, like Vancouver Airport, International Airport, and there's one place for American going for America, and then there's another place for the rest of international flights, which produces this funny thing of like you go this way for international and this way for America. But the way we do it is like you go through customs at the airport and then you land domestically. Like there's a section of the airport that is functionally America. Like you have legally crossed into America and you don't need to be screened anymore. Like we have our own, you go through the TSA, there's a guy at a desk and he's like, on his computer, and you come up to him and you're like, I'm coming for X or Y reason, here's my passport. He's a part of like border security. So if they freak out at you, they can't like put you in jail for 3 days because it's like you have female on your passport, but you're clearly a biological male. Which I don't think that we're allowed to do. Like I don't actually think I'm allowed to go to America. Yeah, it's the same, I think, in every airport in Canada. Am I allowed to? I don't know. I know that I'm not allowed to like apply for a visa. They made that rule. So if I want to stay for more than like 30 days at a time, that would be not allowed. Because I'd have to apply for a visa and I would have to apply with mail. I mean, since, I could probably try to like trick, It would probably be fine, but like, I'm technically not allowed to. But yeah, I mean, I'm like being like a blonde white Canadian. It's actually probably like there are worst case scenarios where, especially if you fuck up, but then it's like I don't know. It's probably fine. Probably fine for me specifically. The odds of something happening are like lower than getting in a car crash. Even in a few countries, right? That makes sense. I was actually impressed about like how streamlined coming back into Canada is. They literally all the screening and processing you do on a computer. So you sign on and you're like, I went to America for this amount of days. I have this, and then you go up and you show the lady the paper. Then she maybe asks you like one or two questions. They assume I'm just a new right-wing commentator for an alt media company. That's so true. Until the officer recognizes you, that would be crazy. And he's like, you actually not allowed to. Yeah, it is actually, that would be really bad. It would be bad for them to think I was a new right-wing commentator because you're not supposed to enter for work. That is another thing I'm afraid of is like, I'm a part of a podcast and it's like, you're doing work here? And it's like, no, I would not. GSA agent Liv Vagar, yeah. I'm not becoming American. I can't say that I am. You play crazy. I recognize you from your crazy farking videos. That's actually why I tell people I'm cis on Twitter. Is because I know there's one border patrol agent out there in America who's like, oh, Liv Vagar's cis. Okay. Approved. No, I mean, that's mostly a bit. But then also, I'm terrified of the idea of becoming like the Twitter trans girl. Like, your job online, if you're trans on Twitter, is to not become that or not become close to that. Like, you know who was that at some point? It was ContraPoints. You know what I mean? The silly thing about Claudia Unlock, God bless her. I didn't realize she has like a lot of followers. I didn't realize how much Cloudy has it now until like people were like jealous she was replying to me. I was like, okay, she's got it. Good for her. God bless her. The thing about ContraPoints that's funny is that she got canceled a million times. And the first like a bunch of the early ones it's like it's fine. It's so silly that people are mad at her. And then now she's like, yeah, I don't like that the pro-Palestine movement sabotage Biden's campaign. The Hybe Goof Shop stuff is so funny. I think that Natalie has, like, Natalie, and I don't mean this in terms of politics at all. I mean this purely in terms of, like, posting style, is, like, kind of liberal Red Scare. Just insofar as, like, she'll say something that pisses people off, and she's clearly upset about it, like, understandably. When everyone on Twitter is yelling at you, it's understandable. But she responds to it by basically, like, making a joke. Like this stuff about being friends with Hillary Clinton, or, like, buddying up with Hillary Clinton. She's not friends with Hillary Clinton. She's like, oh, you know, Hillary and me hang out all the time. I love her. I support everything she's done. Which obviously just pisses off the people yelling at her more. Which makes her more upset. And it's just this like cycle. It's exactly what the Red Scare girls did, right? Because they clearly also had that. It's like, why are you doing that to yourself? I don't understand. I don't understand why you're doing that to yourself. It's very silly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I see people yell at Natalie, even when I'm like disagree with her, my main takeaway is like, why are you doing this to yourself contra. Why are you doing this to yourself? I don't understand what you gain from posting like this. Even if you believe this, even if you have this fundamental disagreement, like whatever belief you have, it's like, why would you do that to yourself? I don't understand. Oh yeah, Dasha. What was Dasha on? Dasha, because she wanted to be like a real actress, right? And then she was on Succession. Yeah, Succession. And then they clearly she was on crack. That's so true, Falma. That's what I'm saying. Kind of tired there. Is it still going? It's only 4 hours. It's not that long. I'm really upper. That was also cool because she made that whole. She like directed that movie about Epstein. And now that it's like the Republican, you know, she got the Teal Bucks. And the Teal Bucks have been telling her to like not post about that. She's like, oh, the Epstein stuff isn't actually a big deal. Actually, hold on one sec. I'm gonna open my door because it's very hot. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go pee. Is there any fan? Can you hear the fan at all, chat? You can? Fuck. I'm gonna turn it down. Hold on. Is that better? Is that better? Is it still annoying? Because I have an air conditioning and then I have a fan to blow it because it's not very good. It doesn't cover the whole apartment. They only said it so you would stand up again? Okay. Alright, okay, chat. Oh, I do have... Hold on. Is this better? I have a noise removal, NVIDIA noise removal thing. Also, if you haven't subscribed, you should and give me money. Because I'll be back to streaming again. Probably, I promise. I don't know, it's interesting. I'm like living by myself again for the first time really in a long time. For the first time since I've streamed regularly. And I do think it is like I do think this time is different. Because like there's something about living by myself that makes me like Bag of silly, thank you. Makes it so if I'm not working on something, I kind of feel insane. Like when I live with someone, I'm like not working. I'm like I'm with my girlfriend. It's great. But now it's like, what am I doing with my life? What's going on? I have to. So I think it's gonna be easier. Cause like the last time I was living by myself, it was in grad school. It was in grad school. And I at least had like school to focus on. But now it's like I can do whatever the fuck I want. And I think if I'm not working, I'm gonna go insane. That's exactly what it feels like. See, it's not just me, chat. Um, I do like living by myself. It is nice. I kind of missed it. Um, yeah, it's good. Living in Vancouver is great. I fucking love Vancouver. Like going to Chicago is nice, but like I like living in Vancouver. I want to stay here. I can afford to live here, so I'm gonna stay. Just like go walk to some nice restaurants or whatever. North Vancouver. Right? North Vancouver is pretty good. Like Lonsdale is like a really nice area. I was debating moving to Lonsdale, and it's like pretty close to downtown because you have the sea bus. It's very beautiful. North Van is a good section. It's not a part of Vancouver though, right? It's a separate city. If I lived at, if you lived here, just walk around. I mean, I feel like I do have like. Let me check my steps. Because apparently, your iPhone just like does keep track of your steps. I'm like not a person. I feel like I'm too like ironic. I'm too irony pill to actually care about steps. Honestly, I realized that like all of the really cringe things that yuppies do. Deep Cove is goated. Deep Cove is a very beautiful part of the yeah. Um, what was I gonna say? But like the mindfulness stuff, meditation, counting your steps, they're all pretty good for your like mental health. There's a reason why like it's cringe, but there's a reason why they do it. And I'm saying they as if I'm not like just that now, just completely indecipherable from that type of person, practically functionally in terms of my life. Um, so maybe that's why I like it now, where I like doing fucking mindfulness meditation and getting 10,000 steps and going for a run in the morning. It's great. If you can get past the fact that it's cringe, it's awesome. I am just a white woman. Sometimes people will post um like I can't believe that I transitioned and now I'm actually like a white woman. This is so terrible. I disagree. I think being a white woman is great. Honestly, it fits me. It fits me so much. I love going to like a sushi restaurant and ordering like ridiculous, complicated rolls that they invented specifically for like white women in Vancouver. One would think it's the whole point, but it's not. It's an interesting thing. It's like you want to be a woman, but you don't want to be a white woman. It's hard to say. Like it's a set of associations that are also negative. Like that was the thing I realized of like no longer being yogurt's goated. No sashimi. I love sashimi. Is that a white woman thing to love sashimi? I love sushi. I've loved sushi since I was 5 years old. Um, the goated way of eating sushi I found is to like get a bunch. I mean, this just costs a lot, so I feel like I don't do it that often. Is to just get like try a bunch of different type of like nigiri, I you just get all the different types. Then maybe some like sashimi. You get a miso soup. You need a miso soup. The G is hard. Okay. Right. No, I remember this. I don't want to say that word on stream. Is that is that my like streamer paranoia? Like it's like too, but they're very good. The hand rolls are very good. You don't actually like the complicated, annoying white woman rolls are not the peak of. It is streamer OCD. I do think I might meet some sort of diagnostic criteria there. Carefully pronouncing that word as well. Yep. Just not gonna. I don't really like cold brew. I used to be a very big latte person. I don't really drink coffee anymore. Oh, this does sound like white woman stuff too, because it upsets my stomach and it makes me too anxious. But I do love just like a no sweetener in the on the latte though. None of the pumpkin spice woke. You gotta get it like how it's meant to be. Anything spicy. I do love dynamite rolls. Those are goated. But I feel like Tom Sushi is like I think that might be my favorite. There's also a really good one. There's also really good sushi in Richmond. Tom's sushi is really good. You go there, you order a bunch of different types of uh 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 sushi pieces or whatever. Has evolved past the white monster phase. Oh yeah. I mean that was like undergrad. I don't do that anymore. Yerba mate? Okay, that feels like too white for me to get into that. I'm sure I would love it though. Compound with the caffeine that makes it jittery, it doesn't fuck with your stomach. That does sound good. Yerba mate? Sorry. I don't like matcha. Matcha's gross. I went to a pancake shop with my friend and they had a matcha pancake and I ate it and then I spit it out and then she made fun of me for spitting out the. I don't like it. It was this really nice Japanese pancake place and they've closed unfortunately. Mate is good. I've never seen that word said, I'm gonna be honest. Ma- mate? Matcha, Pilates, and Bali. Okay, what is a Labubu rave? Because I went to this where was that? I went to like a EDM show for lack of a better term. I think it was like a month ago, and in some of the visuals there were like Labubus, and I was like, is this what people were talking about? I don't know what it was. Labubu is not plural. Is that what people were talking about? I was like, is this the meme people were mentioning? I can't tell you what it was. I just was following my friends. It was very cool. He was mixing in a bunch of like Chinese folk music, which is like a very Vancouver. This feels like a very Vancouver sort of event, but I had a great time. But there were like he had these like visuals that were clearly edited for him, and there were Labubus on them. No one is answering me. Is a Labubu rave is taking? So this is like actually a thing. I'm enjoying like not knowing that much about Labubus. It's been nice to like do a lot of um uh um like work that makes me too busy to pay attention. And then I don't have to deal with like the Twitter association with the thing, so I can just see one and I'm like, that's cool. That's a cute little guy. I like him. And like that's all I can think. It's consumerism is bad, sure, but whatever. I don't care. Cuz I'm sure this has like been horrifically I don't know, when did they start catching on? Is a Lafufu like a fake Labubu? How much are they? Is this like $100? Is it like absurdly expensive? It's like 40. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's still. Oh, it's a loot crate thing, right?
I am gay.
Oh, thank you. So it's like you could get like a better one. I need to listen to the pod. I was invited onto that, but I was too busy because I was finishing up the series. It's a Hong Kong thing. I see. Hong Kong Illustrator. I see. And then the 24 karat Labubu, it's like the lady who's like, I have the one and only 24 karat Labubu. And then just all her videos are just like, I want to, honestly, I want to see the rest of those videos because all of them start with, I have a 24 karat Labubu. What else did she say? What else is there to say? Is she like, she made a blackface Labubu. Okay, I don't think that's good. Look, I don't endorse the 24 karat. To be clear, for anyone curious, if I endorse the 24 karat Labubu lady, I don't. I do not approve of that. I do not approve of the things that she's doing to the poor little monsters. She didn't need to do all that stuff with the Labubu. Is it fake? Is there actually like did she actually get like that is one of the award or did she paint it gold? Gold Labubu. She spray painted it. Oh, so she's doing a bit. So she's doing a bit. Is that what's going on? I see. She's doing a bit. I understand. I understand.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold
Come on.
Labubu. Now, this.
All right, we gotta.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. Now,
Sorry.
this is real 24 karat gold made in the form of a Labubu. Now, he weighs 200 grams.
It's so.
It cost us £20,000 to have him made. They melted down basically gold bars and they put it into a shaper thing.
I'm loving the British style makeup too.
Obviously this little tassel here, that is just a gold bit of material, but the ring
this is awesome.
24 karat gold.
That's okay. This is camp. I do like it because it's just so obviously not. It's so okay. Sure, I like it. It's fun. You're right.
They are going so viral all over the internet.
I don't endorse. I don't endorse the blackface Labubu. I don't. She shouldn't have done all that.
We think that his worth will definitely skyrocket. So here he is. He is the golden one. He is the chosen one. And
we disavow it. I don't approve of that at all. Do I want to Google search blackface Labubu? I don't think so, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay, it's not showing. Okay, yeah, no, she probably should have done that. That's not a good look. That's not a good look, lady. When will I switch to DuckDuckGo? I'm too lazy. I don't want to.
Presidente de Venezuela, Hugo Chávez,
Play. It's a Hugo Chavez clip.
condenó el ataque de las fuerzas de defensa
Okay. I do not speak Spanish, unfortunately.
israelíes contra los activistas de la
Hold
Flotilla
on,
de la
let's see.
Libertad que llevaba ayuda humanitaria al pueblo de Gaza.
Do we have some English?
Aprovecho para condenar de nuevo, desde el fondo de mi alma y de mis vísceras, al Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, Estado de Israel. Maldito seas, terroristas y asesinos. Y viva el pueblo palestino. Pueblo
I support, I
heroico,
endorse.
pueblo bueno.
I don't know exactly what he was saying, but I got the vibe of it. Do you know what I mean? There's a couple in there I got. RFP to a real one. Sorry for that break from real politics, like blackface Labubu's. Righteous hatred of Israel's universal language. It's like when Adorno talks about how you can tell when something is of a sexual nature in a language, even if you don't know the language. Like you can tell if something is anti-Israeli in a language, even if you don't know it. You can tell if something is Israeli as well. That was a thing for a while. Was everyone who used like Israeli as like a way of depicting or of referring to slop? I feel like we got to bring that back. Spiritually Israeli. The problem though is when Americans didn't realize that spiritually Israeli is basically just like spiritually from Miami. Like it's like spiritually, you know what I mean? Like it's like there's a very similar. Trying to think of it as like something that's outside of American colorism and not just like pretty much the same. I'm an artist from Israel. This is my art is so awesome. Dubai isn't. What is Dubai chocolate? I see like I was in Chicago and they were like, we have real Dubai chocolate. Canon, thank you for the prime. And it's like I can't say that I ever would want to eat chocolate from Dubai. Like that doesn't seem like a country that would like produce like, oh, you got to try that chocolate made in Dubai. Does it have matcha in it? It's just pistachio chocolate. It's made by, I mean, that's implied, I guess, in the Dubai. People don't hate Dubai enough. I feel like that's like, maybe that fad happened because it's like, ooh, it's foreign. Oh, it's so nothing has the chatter was right. Like nothing has actually. Whenever someone's like, "Oh, I'm a poster from Israel and this is my post" or whatever, it's never actually as Israeli. So wonderfully Israeli, and horribly Israeli, maybe. Here's my paint. Yeah, it's just awesome. Looks like someone who was like fucking around in MS Paint as like a 12-year-old. Car with 4 bent wheels and some goop streaks. It's just amazing. It's ChatGPT. Like, yeah, if you ask ChatGPT to make art for you. It is truly remarkable. Like, it's horrific how little, um, how small of an anti-war movement there is in Israel, despite like the horrific genocide they're committing, like, and how increasingly horrific it's become. Like, they just don't like. Even in Serbia, bro, there was like a considerable like Serbian anti-war movement during the 90s. Like without even a lot of like full extensive knowledge of what was happening in Bosnia, people were like, no, we're not fighting this war. Like pretty large protests. Like a majority of Israeli society just wants it. All 6 anti-war Israelis. One of them was following me. The what is her name? One of the trans lady who's going to prison from the recent batch of refuseniks. This lady. Shout out to her. I should ask her. I wonder if I can. Very extremely few. Like, there are people who manage to get out of conscription. I think my understanding is that it's pretty easy to do it legally. You're just like, I have a mental health disorder and I can't, and they're like, that's fine. But the specifically people who are like, I protest the genocide going on or the occupation. I refuse to participate in the war, and like getting jail sentences. It's very few. It's double digit, I think. Like conscientious objectors, yeah. The trans woman Matt had on. Wait, who is it? The same lady? I wonder if she come on here. Matt Bernstein's podcast episode. I wonder if I could interview her. I should ask her. I don't know. Would that be a good idea? I do wonder. I wonder what the popular perception will be. I mean, I guess it's just horrific. Like, really depends on how it ends, which is like a horrific prospect. The future. I mean, the future is just a horrific prospect in general, but especially there. Oh yeah, she's going to prison soon. Yeah, I don't. It is like, it's the problem with being like a leftist who makes like, especially anti-capitalist who makes like an obvious analysis of like, this thing is going to get a lot fucking worse. And then you have to you argue with liberals for like 5 years and they're like, it's not going to be that bad. And then it is. And there's just nothing because it's just worse. And you still don't have power. And they're like, everyone wanted a ceasefire immediately. Was there anyone who didn't want a ceasefire? It's like, yeah, no, I guess just fucking memory hole it, sure. Working tirelessly. It's so remarkable how the extent to which Biden could have prevented this. That was the thing about like the Contra statement. As far as I remember, I should read it over to make sure I'm not like, her belief genuinely would seem to be like, well, there wasn't really much Biden could have done, which really is like the worst part of the statement is like, no, like like George W. Bush was harder on Israel than Biden was. Like there was quite a bit that he could have concretely done. Reagan stopped the war with the phone, like a single phone call. Yeah. It does feel like it's silly to compare it to 68 and like the Vietnam War with relation to LBJ. Because it's like, well, LBJ had the Great Society. What the fuck did Biden have? Bareback better? Like the Build Back Better bill? Like like okay, wow. What an incredible win for us to have gotten out of doing a genocide. Like the backshots forever bill, yeah. Yeah, it's so grim. There's really, I don't know. It's what's interesting though, because public opinion really has shifted, but like they really the support hasn't, or the media class hasn't shifted. And I do wonder how that. Well, the thing about it is fundamentally that like there isn't really an actual real connection between public opinion and foreign policy. That's just a thing that's just those are disconnected things. Like always has been. Mass politics is over for now. I don't think it's over. I think it's coming. It'll come back. It almost feels a lot like as like communists or whatever that like you have to wait until it feels like you're just waiting until mass politics comes back again. And it's like, is it? I don't know. It's certainly not here right now. How do you explain what is an explanation of mass politics? I'm gonna say something and it's gonna be wrong. The political context, mass, yeah, is very heavy. A political context wherein like politics is a collection of different groups represented, let's say, by political parties that act against each other and attempts to make like changes for political interests. Maybe is that a way? I don't know. There's more to it than that. It's what a lot of like the modern Western society is built on the assumption of this existing. There's a better. I talk about mass politics in my chapter. I probably word it better there. CPAC, Clever Squirrel, thank you for the 2-1. Please subscribe. We have lots of cool emotes. And I'm back to streaming, I promise. For real this time. For real this time. I don't know what we're talking about. I always do think about like what would have happened if Trump won in 2020. I think for 2 years. Yeah, listen. Because like October 7th would have happened under Trump. And like presumably under like the Trump 1 admin, he wouldn't have tried to run for a third. And Ukraine. It would have been interesting how American society would have polarized. Because like you would have had like the Brandon inflation unpopularity under Trump instead. And we wouldn't have had this like insane worst case scenario where Trump loses and then he regroups with fascists and is like, this time it's going to be the fascists in the government. We're not going to do the Mike Pence bullshit. I think he's not going to leave in 2028. It's hard to say. is he gonna be like a fully functioning adult? You know, like built up anti-immigration sentiment in the first round. It's so interesting how that issue just completely, like, people just are woke again about immigration. Like, a vast majority of people disapprove of Trump and hate ICE. It really was like Trump won, and he thought it was because he was trying to destroy wokeness and not because of the price of groceries. Evil people like Trump don't die, but they like, if Trump doesn't die, he becomes like the Warhammer 40K Emperor of Humanity, where he just sits on this throne with like life support plugged in, and everyone's like, we're destroying wokeness with our president Donald Trump, and then they're just the ones who are doing it. I just don't think he could run again, honestly, unless something radical happens and he suddenly gets like really high approval. I think you get like a woke officer coup or something, because like the military is vaguely dem leaning, and you can't do the like Bukele, like El Salvador, like destroying term limits, packing the court stuff, unless you have really high approval. We're gonna get like a Brandon restoration with the young officer coup instilling wokeness. Because I feel like Trump is already somehow in his like Brandon bunker. He's at its second term low of only 37% of Americans approve of him. According Independent's rating of Trump is down 29%. It's not good. It's not. The fact it's that high is like insane, obviously. It's so interesting how I saw like a Fox News thing of a guy who was like, we should invade Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. That's three more red states. That's 6 more Republican senators. And it's like, you think that the people in Saskatchewan are voting for the GOP? The conservatives in Saskatchewan are voting for the GOP? That is the real consequence if somehow Canada was incorporated politically into America, is that like the country would shift like way substantially towards liberalism. This like post-liberal right stuff would not be able to win. It would be pure electoral poison. Because like there's I don't think Republicans are keyed into this, or the people who are saying that, of like the delicate balance that already exists between like Dem and Republican, and because it's a very polarized country. People don't change their minds all that much. And now you have a bunch of people who are much less polarized, who especially hate Republicans, who are now able to vote. Like 30 million of them. And it's not like a California 30 million where there's 2 senators. Presumably there'd be a bunch of them. No, it would be insane. It would. The GOP would have to accommodate that voter bloc. This is the thing about Americans in general, is that they don't realize how much people hate them outside of America. They don't appreciate it. We'd be greeted as liberators. Honestly, going to America, like we're pretty much culturally identical. I still hate Americans. I still don't like American culture. I don't. It's not good. Americans do not appreciate. Yeah, I mean that is if Canada would ever be invaded, it's probably a place after real elections are suspended. Yeah, he said either we would invade them, but it would be minimal violence. Presumably because they just like have the Russian image of Ukraine, I guess. A peaceful invasion was awesome. Should I play StarCraft? No. Maybe I'll download it. I'm scared. I mainly played Zerg, but I like invented my own hotkey system that was more efficient. The problem being it was like I was a low-key chaser while hanging with you. It's entirely possible. That's a crazy name, by the way. It's free use femboy. That's crazy. I respect it though. I respect your game. I would have to add a bunch of things to my. It's so funny because I have the hotkey system in my brain. It's just pure reflex. Like I couldn't tell you what the hotkey for like making a Hydra is, a Hydralisk. But if I'm like, okay, it's like it's Q and then F. It's like, yeah, no, obviously. I just have it instinctually in my like Q F F F Q E. I just made it like I just made it as efficiently as possible. So I can get like I would get like 300 APM, like actually productive APM when I was like 12 or 13. All the other races though, I use the regular standard hotkeys. Honestly, I might if I played StarCraft 2 again, I might just go to Protoss. Like I am a race trader. I am a trader to my race. I don't care. I used to play Zerg, but it was because it was imba. It was imbalanced when I was playing it. Um Well, it's fucked up. I was looking at like PVZ, Protoss vs Zerg is like the one that I paid most attention to. And it was like we didn't realize how good we had it as Zerg. Protoss would have to go like Nexus first into a fucking forge to protect themselves. And now like they have so much early game protection with like adepts and oracles, and shield batteries as well that you could just you can take your third so easily. And then like Zerg doesn't have an endgame death ball to rely on. So they have to be the ones that kill Protoss. What happened to the game I love? What happened to the game I love, bro? You just like you just get to 80 drone like the way I did it, you just get to 80 drones. You hit your injects, infest your broodlord, and then you win. It's woke now. Now Protoss is the best. I hope StarCraft 3 comes soon. That would be cool. Wasn't there some information about that? Anyway, sorry. I'm still thinking about StarCraft. It's a beautiful game. Husky Stark H to the Husky. I remember that. My favorite was Day 9, and he's still going. Shout out to Day 9. I never play custom games. I was a solo queue Andy. I only cared about it. Day 9. He's still going, right? He's still playing. Good for him. The trumpets clip of his. I don't want to rewatch it because I'm worried it's not funny. Okay, I think about the trumpets thing once every week. Shout out to Day 9 for teaching me how to play StarCraft when I was like 11. H2 StarCraft quit to be a poker player? That makes sense. Danon used to play. Yes, he was like a competitive StarCraft 1 player. And his brother is Tasteless, who's like a classic, like a part of like the most iconic casting duo from StarCraft 2. All right, Artosis still Artosis streams, but he's like a degenerate, isn't he? Like it's like really, which is so funny given his old like his stream is complete cancer. That's very funny. Wow, it's assault on decency. Is Rotterdam still going? That's like the Dutch guy, right? I mean, hence the name. That's cool. He's still going. That must be a hard SEO of just a big city. I've been watching Loco videos. I can't remember. I don't ever remember watching him originally doing Wings, but all of his casts of recent games. That's the only like nostalgia stuff I've been doing. I was just streamed by whining about how bad he is at Brood War. My understanding is that he has like a text to speech thing that can be Mario, and the his chat will always try to like make Mario talk about how he wants to have sex with his brother Luigi. Wings of Redemption is a name I haven't heard in a while, but it makes me sad because I know his life, I'm assuming, is still like very miserable. After I was playing StarCraft as like a child, I moved on to Call of Duty, and I had a this is Livik, our lore I've given before. Is I had a StarCraft 2 commentary channel when I was like 13. Like I just have terminal content brain. I had a couple thousand subscribers. It was like for a 13-year-old kid, it wasn't bad. But oh, what's going on with Wings of Redemption? He was one of the like bigger gameplay commentary channels. I remember watching that. Like he 1v1'd some guy who plays like the zombies game mode because he's like a trash talker, and he lost like on the stream, and he like freaked the fuck out. The like, why'd you scream that shit when he was like yelling? That was in like the documentary, the quote unquote documentary. Because it's always like so. I remember watching that. That was a very. It's so funny having nostalgia only for stuff online because I never went outside as especially a younger teenager. Leffen versus Chillin. I was never a Smash Bros. Person. It was only, what were the stereotypes? I was FL Studio. I was big FL Studio person as a teenager. What other like trans suits? StarCraft isn't really one, I feel like. You love Fruity Loops. There's not a SoundCloud rapper, but I did really like Jay Dilla, and I liked the sample-based stuff. I thought it was really. I still do. I think it's very cool. That's like a stereotype. Like there's all those TikToks where it's like when I hear my son comes out as trans, then they're giving them the producer keyboard and the laptop. I can't say that I am a trainer, especially. I think it's fine. Being a philosophy graduate student is there's a lot of trans women love being philosophy graduate students. I never played Fallout New Vegas. I played it on stream a couple years ago. But never before that. What are the other ones? I don't know how to code, no. My ex is a coder and she told me I'd be good at it. But I can't say I ever didn't no Mass Effect. Synthesizers are cool, but that's a part of Fruity Loops, I feel like. Like that's the same stereotype. Like I feel whenever I listen to like there's a certain genre of music of like dance music I listen to where I'm like, I should become a DJ, and I'm like, no. That's too that no. You can't do that. I have like the urge. It's like a part of Hearts of Iron was another one. Yeah, Paradox Games. That's another one for sure. Like I feel the call. I have thousands of hours in Paradox stuff. No Homestuck. I never really liked Stellaris. Trains are cool. I can rock with trains. BDSM, yeah. That's not, yeah, definitely, yeah. All these stereotypes. Victorious 3 is actually good now. I need to play the new update because I played like 1,000 hours of it when it was shit. And now they actually have a good global rights system. And like they have the companies. It's cool. It's very cool. Yeah, you can actually do like comparative advantage and like get really good at producing one thing and then drive the global market price of that thing down, which you really couldn't do before. Like for a while they had a trouble like really depicting why in the Victorian era Great Britain was so free trade, like was like jingoistically free trade. Because like the textile industry, for instance, they had such efficient textile industry that they could produce clothes for so cheap that they wanted other markets to open up. So like in places like Latin America, for instance, like tariffs were the pro-industrialist policy. The industrialists were like, well, we can't compete with the British prices on clothes, but I want to make a textile mill. And so the only way of dealing with that is heavy tariffs. And they really weren't able to simulate that sort of global market price very well. And economies of scale, technological, this sort of thing. Until I think this update, when it really does seem to. There's still not enough flavor. So like they don't like I think if you play as like Gran Colombia, or I guess it's New Granada at the time, right now, your industrialists won't be pro tariffs. Like I don't think that they bother to actually simulate those sort of things. But it's getting there. That's the thing about flavor. You gotta wait for the actual the modern community to do it. Oh yeah, there's a Balkan update, and you do like Yugoslavia or Illyria. That's cool. Yeah, you can't invade the Boer states anymore because Britain is guaranteeing them, right? And there's gonna be Austrian Empire stuff, I do feel like they don't simulate multi-ethnic empires very well, and like how comparatively awful it would have been in this period to have an empire of a bunch of different ethnicities and ethnic identities. Working on a Central America mod, that's cool. Yeah, because there isn't really much. Like, it just is a country and then it falls apart, and that's kind of it. New nationalism mechanic, that's cool. Nationalism, very important historical force in this period. So yeah, that's exciting. I gotta play more of that. Because I couldn't play it because I've been so fucking busy. I've been busy for so long. I remember I was playing Path of Exile 2 earlier this year, and I was like, damn, I'll play the new update with Huntress when I finally have some like time. Oh, I just never. How is that going? People have hated that update, right? That Path of Exile. It made it worse. I just saw people complaining. Is there a new one? Like, are they planning on, or is Path of Exile 2 just kind of cooked right now? Very autism coded stream. I feel like that's everything. That's every stream, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, they made it too slow, right? Bummer. I can't imagine people are. I hope people aren't playing Diablo 3 because that game sounds not. What is the play history though? Steam charts. Path of Exile 2. Is it like dog shit? Oh, it's not looking good. Yeah. Oh my god. It's terrible. Look at that. Like, I feel like March is like February, March is when I was playing up to like 250,000, and then it's just like 9,000. Ouch. Not good. Nichts good, as the Germans say. What was the one? I was playing a different, um, not RTS. What is that? What is that genre of game called? ARPG. The one where you can be a falconer. That game is fun. I played like 30 hours. What is that game called? What is it called? I should have it downloaded. Not Ragnarok. Last Epoch, thank you. Thank you, first time chatter. That might be the happy medium I like. It's not absurdly slow. Like Path of Exile 2 is just very slow. It's not about difficulty. It's about like just feels slow. But then like Diablo 4 is a bit too easy, or I don't know. It's a good good happy medium in between that. I feel like let's hear Elon Musk. That was so cool that he was cheating in video games. That whole arc was awesome. I wonder like, because Elon is like a very obvious like he's like clinically narcissistic. Like he probably has some sort of narcissistic personality disorder. And a big part of that is that you feel you need approval of other people to like see yourself to live up to the image you have of yourself. You're very not self-reliant. And people have been people are really making fun of him, and he was like, well, at least I'm goated at video games. But then they all, he made a complete fool of him. It was so funny too, because for a while people were like, that Elon guy is pretty good at Diablo. Like that's also how shit the game is, that like Elon can play on his obviously boosted account, and everyone's like, he's pretty good. Like there's just no skill required for the game. But he's even lost that now. Like, remember that he was beefing with fucking Asmongold, bro. Because Asmongold, who is like purely just like, Asmongold isn't a person anymore. He's like, the Dune, like God Emperor worm, who is like fully absorbed himself in like the sandworms and is like not a human. Like he's like that, but for his like chud audience. He's just like a large collection of like right-wing Twitch chats. Goon, yeah. But even he was like, okay, well, Elon, you're faking this. And then Elon implied that like Asmongold was being influenced by his YouTube editors. Like that was the narcissistic ego shielding thing, was like clearly you're being like the strings are being pulled here by nefarious forces. It can't just be like Asmongold thinks that you're cheating at the video game. Because Elon was posting for a while being like, makes me so sad how much people don't like me. Yes, he thought it was like a newspaper editor, not a video editor. It does seem like he's washed. Elon is still getting like government contracts and shit, right? Like Grok is being used by the department, the DoD or whatever we were talking about before. But I do think surely he's washed in terms of his actual influence. I'm Elon Musk's daughter. That is true, because all trans women are the same. That is true. I do agree with that. We're oomphs. Not on Twitter, obviously. Because, again, all trans women know each other. That one's actually true. We do all know each other. I don't... Oh, is she on Wine about it? That's cute. I like that she's doing like a media run or whatever. Good for her. She deserves it. Okay, Elon saying how simple chess is because of 64 squares. Wasn't he like, there should be a fog of war? Like, if this was more complicated, there would be a fog of war. Which I can't tell if I can't actually tell if that's a joke. I try to like, sometimes there's a thing that happens online where someone makes an obvious joke, and because people hate them, they think it's serious. It's like a confirmation bias. Like the thing of like Contra putting a bunch of flags in her bio, and everyone was like, one of those flags is Israel. It's just because you're pro-Israeli. And it's like, no, I don't. I can't say I find the joke funny, but I don't think that's true. Like I try very hard to not do that. Because it's like, surely he's not actually saying that chess isn't as good because it doesn't have a fog of war. He tried to get a Pop-Tart with his fingers. I can't say that I have. Carney's child is transmasc non-binary. And it's been interesting how, like, they went to Tavistock in Britain. Like, they were one of the very few, I guess you could say, like, pubescent people who actually got access to medical transition in Britain. Which I guess makes sense if your dad is like the head of the, like that's who gets to transition early in Britain, is like your dad has to be like the, or above board at least, is like your dad has to be like the head of the Bank of England. No, yeah, liberals would never, Canadian liberals are too hegemonically powerful to do to ever really think they need to do the Gavin Newsom thing of like we have to capitulate on trans stuff. I really didn't realize how recent being able to transition before you're 18 has been. Very few people historically have ever even had access to doing that above board. It's like it still is a very guarded thing. There are very few slots in very few clinics. Have they lost the recent election? I don't think so. I think they still would have become conservatives. I don't actually think they would, like, the reason why the conservatives are doing it is because a third of the conservative party's like alliance is Christian conservatives. I'm black-pilled about Canadian left-wing politics as well, but it's about like the fact that now we're just gonna have 3 progressive conservative parties. Like I will say, at least as it seems right now, Canadian queer people have lucked out in the sense that like American conservatism, like Maple MAGA, is just a very politically unviable. Like Trump has made it an incredibly toxic ideology. And like this has always been the case with the Canadian political or Canadian national identity, is we associate it merely with a political difference from America. But like in this case, that's really solidified, and it's like anti-woke shit. It's like that's an American thing. That's really what's kind of come out the wash here. And like the conservatives with Polyev can kind of stick to the anti-woke stuff, but it's just not. Like if you look at the polls, like the liberals are going up. If they had an election right now, the liberals would probably get like a really solid majority instead of the very like almost majority a couple seats away they have right now. Canadians started the trans panic in the US, kind of, like a little bit. They definitely didn't help. The way I would say Canadians started the trans panic was through the Clark Institute, like Blanchard and like Kenneth Zucker, for instance, come out of like the Toronto, like a lot of the ideology of the trans backlash or like, you know, anti-trans movement comes from specifically some clinicians and sexologists in Toronto. Canada has always punched up oddly in terms of like cultural influence. Yes, Canada had that's a perfect way of putting it. Had the Chicago boys of transphobia. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a perfect way of putting it, actually. Yeah. The actual movement itself really has been spearheaded by the Christian conservatives, though. Like the funds and the resources, it's the part of the GOP that like after 2012, when Romney ate shit, we're like, we shouldn't actually ditch social issues. After like, you know, Obergefell was starting, gay marriage was beginning to become more recognized, and you know the push by Republicans to make opposing gay marriage a wedge issue like stopped working. It's the part of the GOP that was like, we need to keep doing it. And they're like, well, fuck, like we can't do gay rights because everyone likes gay rights now. We're in like a society that sees itself as accepting gay people and viewing anti-gay stuff as unjustly oppressing a minority. It's like, well, it's too trans. That's really it. It's like, we'll make that a wedge issue. That's how it functioned in America. In Britain, for instance, it's really like it's the radical feminists, right? It's the gender criticals. Because like religion really isn't like a political force in Britain, especially. Oh, that's funny that that's denied. Yeah, and they just took the issues that work the best, which is like sports, minors transitioning, especially um I find research material. Um Spencer helped a lot with research, but I guess it really depends. Like a lot of this isn't a lot of the history of this isn't like actually that formalized. So it's hard. It like just kind of requires a background knowledge. Was it British feminist or jingoistic women that was for men to go to World War? No, no, no. It was a section of the radical feminist movement. Someone in Britain, but also in someone in America, but also mainly in Britain. The group who gained institutional authority in like labor government, basically. They got like state channels. This is to say, like privileged upper middle class white feminists. But yeah, I mean, it was like, the like Sheila Jeffries, Julie Bindel or Bindel. Even like you go further back with like Janice Raymond. But like they were members of like Julie Bindel, for instance. Um, she began organizing when she was 18, when she was like almost followed home and murdered by I can't remember the specific serial killer. Um, who's specifically targeting women, and like she began her activism like forcing the police to try to do something about it because they were really just being completely apathetic about it. And now Julie Bindel is like a free speech campus warrior who posts about how, I mean, she's always been transphobic, but like her main political goal is making sure trans people can't like transition, like same with like Sheila Jeffries, another like like an intellectual figure in radical feminism, which like radical feminists aren't all transphobic. Certainly not. It was an open discussion. A similar happening at a similar time, like in Mitch Fest, for instance, the radical feminist like yearly festival in Michigan, as discussions about like radical feminism's relationship with like pornography, for instance. Is pornography evil? Should it be banned? And sex positive stuff more broadly. It's very complicated, but the alignment is like there generally is like an anti-porn and like a sex positive side. You can like it tends to be the case that in Mitch Fest, if a person was like all pornography is rape and evil, they were also going to be like people shouldn't be having sex publicly in this area, and also trans women shouldn't be allowed to come in. You need to be like AFAB. What were some of the other issues? Um, it's much more complicated than that. Um, but it's broadly a part of what's called the sex wars, the feminist sex wars, which is much less, I guess. Well, I guess the sex wars would be fun, so never mind. Discourses on sex work as well, on BDSM. That's where the sex positive stuff comes. Is like, is BDSM inherently heteropatriarchal? Um, Early on, especially, they were also like a part of the radical feminist movement who like looked negatively on butches because it's like you're reproducing like there's the one who wears the pants and the one isn't. Um, because like there were some radical feminists who like tried to ally with George Bush and ban pornography, right? Um, I think it's complicated. Obviously, it's easy to just say there's a good side and there's a bad side, and everyone was on one side, which was the sex positive pro trans side, and everyone was on the bad side, which said that it's because it's like, I don't know, there's a lot of nuance in a lot of the issues. Um, but that's where it comes from in terms of like rad femme discourse. But it is like it's very embedded in second wave radical feminism, which is interesting because like honestly, overwhelmingly, the most horrific, awful in terms of their language, transphobes are the gender criticals, are the radical feminists, because like if you look at the transphobia by like all the evil doctors, let's say, they have this like paternalistic attitude to trans people. It's like these are these like weird freaks. A lot of them are like they're weird, sexually attractive, hot freaks potentially. Um, and they have this terrible, awful thing that's going on with them, and it makes them pathological, and they don't know what's best for themselves. But like, we're gonna help them. You know, some of them they clearly need these hormones, so we're like, when they jump through the hoops, we'll give them access to hormones. The radical feminists, they don't have this like paternalistic looking down. They're like, these are evil men who I'm going to write about, like I write about all the other evil men, which is like a lot of vitriol. It was just through vitriol, right? Like I'm thinking of the example I'm thinking of is a 2004 piece by Julie Bindel for The Guardian. Gender benders beware. This is another thing about Britain, is that there's this like incestuous journalist class, and like Bindel gets to write all these transphobic things for The Guardian, clearly because like there's just someone at The Guardian who likes her. Like, this is crazy. Equal Opportunities Commission, your best friend if you're a man wanting to get into nightclubs free on ladies' night. Last summer, it supported the case of 5 male to female transsexuals, only one of whom had disposed of his meat and 2 veg on the grounds of sex discrimination. Meat and 2 veg. Like, that's insane. I'm sorry for exposing you to like absurd, and same with like trans men, which they contextualize trans men as like traitors. At least those women hadn't gone to gender reassignment clinics to have their breasts sliced off and a penis made out of their beer bellies. Like, you wouldn't get, like, the clinicians were not writing shit like this about them, about trans people. This is like the most vitriolic is the radical feminists. And like these are like, these are a part of the movement, feminists. Like they're not, they're, you know, now like, TERF has become an overused term. Trans exclusion radical feminist. Oh, Bindel is awesome. It's crazy. Bindel is amazing because she becomes like a right wing culture warrior functionally. Like Britain banned who's the pickup artist who writes all the Bang books. He's like almost functionally admitted to doing like international sex crime. Like he's like, I can't remember his name. He was banned from entering he's a pickup artist guy who was banned from entering the UK. Rushvi, yeah, thank you. And Bindel was like, that's bad. We should debate these people in the realm of facts and logic. She also thinks bisexuality isn't real. Called bisexuality a fashionable trend. That's true. It is such a funny, like, it is a very funny hill to die on in like 2012. But yeah, the term is overused though, because like, in terms of like people who conceive of themselves as vaguely in that space, they're mostly not radical feminist anymore. Like it kind of has a history, its roots here, but now like it's people who are more concerned about the idea of trans people continuing to medically transition than they are about like Reform UK winning the election. Right? Like a lot of these ladies, and it's guys as well. Like one of them I always saw now is anti-immigration because she's like, we have to protect white women from like men of color. Like it's very, they kind of lost the plot in terms of like the feminism. My favorite example of this, oh god, I gotta find this. My favorite example, overwhelmingly, where's J. Michael Bailey's Twitter account? Did you guys see that? This is an incredible. This post was awesome. Scholars just been Toronto. It's an autogynephilia conference in Toronto. Which again, like, if you're an evil clinician, Toronto, if you're an evil, like, anti-trans clinician, Toronto is, like, your Wakanda. We got Ken Zucker, we got Bailey. But it was interesting, though, because one of the main reactions to this was the radical feminists, like the gender criticals, being like a bunch of like old pale males having a discussion, like we should be the ones who are talking about autogynephilia. There's a specific post I remember that's a perfect example of this. It's retweeted by J. Michael Bailey, which again is like the guy who invented the concept. He didn't invent the concept, popularized the concept of autogynephilia. He's like the one who opened Pandora's box. And he has these tweets where he's like, all these gender criticals, they're being too rude to the autogynephiles. Characterizing AGP as a misogyny fetish is about as valid as characterizing it as a normal female sexuality. They're like, it's not misogyny. No. They're weird little freaks, but like we like them. Hello, Puby. How's it going? Sorry, you caught my stream in a very interesting time. Like this is a perfect example. So he retweets this post. I don't really understand this justification. Even if someone has autogynephilia, what does that mean? Why does that mean that the visceral hatred response is valid? It's like you opened Pandora's box. You're like walking around being like, what is with all the evil in this world? I don't understand why you're being evil to that person. It's like, it's your fault. You did this. You gave them this concept, and now they're just gonna like, they're gonna be, gender criticals are gonna be thinking about autogynephilia for the next like 100 years. The world is gonna be on fire, and they're gonna be tweeting about like. So this is to say that like the word clinicians have basically lost power. Like they've lost their ability to influence the movement. Right, like it's specifically his fault that this exists. That this concept is so popularized.
I am gay!
And stuff, thank you for the 49 months. I need to find the bit in The Man Who Would Be Queen where he talks about like the HSTS body. He's so horrifically a chaser. It's unreal. And stuff, thank you. Where is it? Yes. I go upstairs to the panoramic view and I see Kim for the first time on the stairs dancing, posing. She's spectacular, exotic. I find out later she was from Belize and sexy. Her body is incredibly curvaceous, which is a clue that it may not be natural. I notice a very subtle and not unattractive angularity of the face. which is also not clearly diagnostic on this tall siren. It is difficult to avoid viewing Kim from two perspectives, as a researcher, but also as a single heterosexual man. As I contemplate approaching her, I'm influenced by considerations from each perspective. I have this strong intuition that I am correct about her, but if I am not, I might have the unpleasant experience of simultaneously insulting and being rejected by a beautiful woman. So he's like, is this a beautiful Latina HSTS baddie that I can do research on for my research book about transsexuals? This is the guy who popularized the distinction, like the Blanchard typology. This is in the book that popularized it. It's in there. Like, no, this is about an actual, Kim is a pseudonym. He talks about other, like, you know, straight trans women that he's like had sex with. One of whom who's Cher in the, like, talks about or accuses him of academic misconduct. Multiple trans women accuse him of academic misconduct in the context of, like, having sex with them in an instance where they wanted him to sign off, because he's a psychologist, to, like, sign off on that's what it's alleged, at least. I'm like podcast mode again, where I'm like, I can't say something that's like speculative. I want it to be. He's still just a researcher. University of Chicago, I believe. The thing about Man Would Be Queen is that it isn't actually an academic book. It's for a layman audience. So it can take all of, like, when Blanchard writes about the typology, they can take a lot of that and, like, be more speculative about it. Yeah, it's like a pop science book. Yeah. That wasn't Blanchard, that was Bailey, who puts forward, who's the one who popularizes the Bailey typology. Blanchard and Bailey work together a lot. Like, they were both seen in that photo at the Toronto AGP conference. I went to the AGP conference and no one knew you. That's a good, I'm gonna tweet that. Sure. That's a good tweet. That's funny. The Toronto AGP conference. Scholars just spent in Toronto for 3 days to discuss the science of other issues related to autogynephilia. Does Blanchard have a SoundCloud page? That's awesome. That is one of the cool things. Is it Bailey that said it on Twitter? It might have been Bailey or Blanchard. That was like, it's perfectly Freudian statement of, like, AGP isn't female sexuality. It's actually very difficult to understand female sexuality. Like, male sexuality, we can understand through these, like, insane constructions, but, like, female it's mystifying. You cannot understand it as an object, as a scientific object, which is very revealing about. People joke about, like, because obviously, like, female embodiment fantasies, like this, like, embodying being a female, like, sexual fantasies are, like, very, like, cis women have them a lot too. That it's like this assumption, like, that a sexual identity or identifying as a particular sex comes out of like functionally a sexual fetish, like with the notion of AGP, like isn't part a product of the fact that like they just don't understand female sexuality. Like clearly there's a very large co-occurrence of like natal females who have a female gender identity to also have some sort of female embodiment fantasy. Well, really the reason they thought they could understand male sexuality easy is in part through like the platysmograph, which is a thing that measures erectile volume. So it like when it gets they put your junk in like a box, and if you get harder, it like the volume changes, and it's like he got harder. So it's like it's public. That's really fundamentally where it comes from. Isn't that TT? I do not think the platysmograph is TTTT stuff. No, I think that's a very long history. It comes from Kurt Freund, who like was originally hired by the like communist Czechoslovak government to test, like there were a lot of men who were trying to get out of conscription through pretending to be gay. So he's like, can you find a way of testing if they're gay? Functionally, he was like, I think a lot of these men are faking it. I mean, ironically, he ends up being an important figure in the decriminalization of homosexuality through the notion that like being like he tried to do conversion therapy for gay people and he was like, it doesn't work. You can't do it. Like conversion therapy just doesn't work for gay people. They're still gay. And so it's like, well, it's not a mental illness. It shouldn't be criminalized because they're born that way. Which ironically is a construction that ends up harming like trans women who aren't exclusively attracted to men. Because it's like, well, it's not some weird, homosexuality thing caught up in natal. Like it is like a mental illness of a straight man. That's like the construction. Do you think they consider? Well, they tried to, and then they were like, it doesn't work. Their peep is still getting hard because of the photos of naked men, even though we've like, they would do like it's called aversion therapy, where like it's like this Pavlovian thing where they would get you like, they would give you like a bad stimulus, like they'd make you drink something. I mean, these were like willing participants, I think, at least semi-willing. You would drink something that make you nauseous, and then at the same time you'd look at photos of naked men. And then that didn't work, and they're like, well, clearly stimulus has no effect on desire, because like that didn't work to cure someone of homosexuality, so they're born with it, sure. It's natal, it's genetic, whatever. That is really like the failings of like that's in Czechoslovakia, so it's Pavlovian, but like in the West, behaviorism as well, is that they thought that like this sort of Pavlovian style of behaviorist psychology was like a lot more powerful than I think it probably was. So they do these things where they're like, well, we put this guy in a box and we made this stimulus negatively associated with this stimulus, or that we made this stimulus, positive stimulus, associated with this negative one to make the positive one seem less good. It didn't work. So clearly this is a thing you're born with. When it's like, well, human beings are far more complicated than that, and you aren't God. Like, you just can't. There's nothing crazy to suggest that like it could be somewhat environmental. It's hard to say. This just certainly doesn't empirically demonstrate that like, because they've been trying to find the gay gene since 1960. do not think that they have found it. I can't say that I think they found it. I think it was Zucker and someone else. It was someone in this school of thought that found the fraternal birth order effect, which found that like men who have older brothers tend to be more likely to be gay. Like a younger brother of, you know, two older males, or let's say three, like the more likely they are to be gay. And the conclusion they took there was like it must be a product of some sort of natal characteristic of someone repeatedly giving birth to males. I can show them lots of gay genes if they ask nicely. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. You should give me money. You should reward me monetarily. That's okay. No worries. I'm too nice to demand it. I gotta do the Bad Bunny. $5 a month. Just start yelling, harassing my viewers. Um, 50 calls to action an hour. I don't have it in me. Peach, thank you.
I am gay.
Just run ads? I guess so.
I'm gay.
I don't think you make that much money from... Carl, thank you. Eeyore, thank you. It's working. It's working.
I am gay.
Watchful stream got a sub. That's exactly true. I agree. Thank you for the tier 1. See, it worked, chat. It worked.
I am gay.
I asked nicely. Is the Quebec government anti-gay? I don't know. I know that they're vaguely anti-trans. There's been an attempt to put trans women in men's prisons in Quebec, I believe. People were saying, like, I actually don't think that has an implication for the broader country, because there's just it's just like some French shit going on. New trans inmate policy goes like, inmates incarcerated according to their anatomical sex. It's just some shit going on, and it's some French related shit. But still obviously horrific. And also I'm like, well, I'm not fucking clearly, like I was debating living in Montreal at some point, but clearly no. No, I went to Montreal, it's nice. It's kind of stinky. Like people just leave their garbage out. I think it's a French thing. I don't know. People don't do that in Vancouver. No, I was mainly just in downtown Chicago because I was there for Lollapalooza, and then I like immediately left. Unfortunately, I want to come back though. Quebec is stinky. The nightlife is really good. Like, I mean, Vancouver nightlife is fucking horrific. But it's getting worse in Quebec. It's getting like the rent's getting higher. There's new like sound laws in Montreal, or like if a person, I believe the rule as it was explained by a local to me is that if someone complains about the noise at a bar, it's just automatic $10,000 fine. No, I mean I loved Quebec. I was just thinking about it as like a city to move to. Yeah, there's not much gay stuff in Vancouver as well. Like I went to Picnic, which is this like weekly like more kind of European sort of like kind of EDM thing, and it's $7. Um, and I saw maybe 5 or 6 gay makeouts and like one straight one. Which like you don't if you go to Vancouver shows, you don't see anyone making out, but you see straight people only. In front of me, I was in the bathroom line, and in front of me there was like it's a very francophone event, and in front of me there was like what was happening? It was the most bizarre like friend group where these these two guys were beside each other and they were like kind of fighting over a girl, but like ironically, and one guy in French was saying like, "No, no, no, she's mine," and then they started kissing, and then they all started laughing. Isn't my French isn't that good, so I can only kind of get it based on like context and like the main words I know. Montreal's usually pretty clean. Though. Maybe I don't know. Maybe my like Vancouver is a different standard. I think I'm just sensitive to smells. It was very fun though. I like Montreal. I think it's beautiful. Like it's like the only city where there's French and English, where those are the two dominant languages. Thank you for live train, everyone. I'm trying to think of like parlez-vous français? No, je ne peux pas parler français. The guys were making out. They were kissing. It was like pecks. They were giving each other pecks. I'm trying to think of any other place in the world where those are like the two dominant languages. Like it's a bilingual city with French. Ottawa isn't bilingual though, really. I mean, I guess maybe. I don't think so. Not in the way Montreal is. Yeah, it's because the French don't like speaking English. They hate English. I just think it's a beautiful Brussels. It would be. I guess so. I guess Brussels technically. New Caledonia. That's a crazy poll. Probably New Brunswick. Yeah, New Brunswick is the other one. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, young Quebecers are pretty much all bilingual. They speak Flemish and French. I would assume it's because like it's the capital of the EU or whatever. It's like the diplomatic language. Maybe some Swiss cities. I guess so. But it would mainly probably be French and German though, right? No one sounds like XQC. XQC just sounds like that. Crazy Truth Nuke. I guess that's true. I guess English is still a language in Switzerland. Yeah, my understanding was Ottawa wasn't like actually bilingual. I'm burying the lizard. I will never. I'm just giving him a kiss. Yeah, I guess there's certain parts of like maybe West Africa, western part of Africa that are French and English maybe. Anyway, I don't know. It's probably enough streaming for now. Talking about my heritage? No, that's not. Definitely not. Aruba is Dutch and English. Yeah, there's a lot of like French and German, or French and Dutch. Not much French and English. Okay. I'll raid. Come on a friend zone. I don't know. I'll be back soon. Probably next couple days. Seagoy, I think maybe. Thank you for the tier 1. Discord.gg/Livega. I hope this link still works. Invalid invite. Womp womp. Hold on. I have a Discord and it'll ping you when I go live.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Cyberpunktasy.
I had no idea.
Thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
How do I get an update? How do I get a link for this? Invite people.
I am gay!
Thank you, Alethko. Thank you. RNB, thank you for the prime. Okay. Goodbye. Be live in the next couple days. Join the Discord opening and we'll go live. I also tweet about it. I post about it on Blue Sky. Goodbye.